Okie dokie. Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. How we doing? I wasn't entirely planning on doing this today, but I've got other stuff I need to do. But I'm enjoying playing WoW. Oh my god, that's cold. Oh, I'm going to give myself brain freeze with that. That's literally frozen. Oh, alrighty. How are you all doing, boys and girls? It's very dark in here still. I can't make it any lighter in here. I'm slowly acclimatizing to the fact that winter's nearly coming. Slowly acclimatizing. I'm not sure I like it, but it's coming all the same. I'm going to have to get used to it. Streamlining my crafting even more, leveling alts through herb mining, having fun. Now you see, that's really funny. It's funny you say that because I'm actually doing exactly the same thing. If I log off this character, I started something last night, which was getting another one of my random ass level 70 characters up and running. Much zoom is. I decided on this dude to go herbalism, mining, level herb and mining to the max. Preferably going as far as picking up all of the catch-up points, mostly going the Artisan acuity route, to then potentially drop those once they're finished, pick up jewel crafting and enchanting like usual, and see in the process how far we can get into leveling at the same time, kind of killing many birds with one stone, it feels like. And I got to nearly level 73 last night after just a couple of hours. Gave this dude 100k to start with, like to try and keep the numbers relatively tracked. Clearly, a bunch of stuff is sold overnight, all apart from a few blessing blossoms. And 25k in the mailbox. So already the guy's making gold. At the very least, it's not costing us anything. I went purely utility in here. Mining fundamentals first because I'm a paladin, not a druid. So I wanted to be able to do this without dismounting all the time. Then just putting points in plethora of ore as you do. Secondly, we put points into botany and bountiful harvests, and I'm just putting points in microbloom. None of this really matters because we're going to drop it at the end of the day. But I'm even using old school flying rather than dragon riding, just because it's less brain intensive. And I'm already at the point where I'm getting the catch up points. Some quick maths on that. Let's do. What are we looking at there? 56 plus 61 is 117. Multiply that by 5 for the Artisan's acuity is 585. So there's nearly 600 Artisan's acuity still left in this. Add that onto the 570 I've already got. We're going to be at nearly 1,200 Artisan's acuity just after doing herbalism and mining. When you add enchanting on top of that, that should be 2k Artisan's acuity. Which means we can probably then nearly full build enchanting. If we wanted to. Full build enchanting and then pick up jewel crafting on the side. This might be the way I do my concentration alts. This is by no means the optimal. But I don't have thousands of level 70s anyway. If I had a huge, great big alt army and I just needed to get them all set up, I'd probably do it in a faster,
with an empty stomach,
speedy way. But I don't have a huge alt army. I've got like 10, 15 characters maybe.
Constructive activity.
Plus, I also know I want to get them leveled up at some point. So this is like doing all of the things in one go. And it's just chill. It's just chill. So that's probably what we're going to do today. I've not been timing this particularly. I've been taking it, deliberately casually. This is Not a speed run. I'm noticing much more that my desire to play the game in an unoptimal way is taking over. Goblins have the tendency to optimize the fun out of their gameplay. Like, you must do the thing that makes you the most gold per hour, and if you don't like doing it, then just fucking deal with it. And I'm like, well, that's great and all for a while. Senti, how we doing, by the way? Good morning, good morning. Chalita, how we doing? Taken tailoring and mining on my earthen shamey. Bars of copper on the auction house are selling for 8 gold a piece. God, that's quite funny. People at this point in the expansion tend to forget that the past expansion exists, but there's still plenty of players out there that are looking at or needing those materials. It's pretty wild. This expansion, herbalism and mining, is actually fun for me. I don't enjoy farming in any way, shape or form. In fact, I go so far out of my way to make sure I don't have to do it a lot of the time. But it is very chill in this regard. Not using dragon riding even. Not even zipping about. It's not even because I have to worry about vigor. It's just when you're dragon riding, you kind of have to like beeline focus what you're doing. You know what I haven't even done? I haven't even popped a potion. That's how casual I've been about this whole thing. Celebrated 7 stream streak. Neat. Why 7 though? Weird. Well, it's a week, isn't it? It's a full week. Anyway, I like coffee. That's a good point. My coffee should be done by now and all. Thank you for reminding me. It does feel weird to like push through herbalism and mining, then only to drop it. But in a weird way, it means it's always there if I need it in you know, if the assault army business goes to shit, there's always another option. Why is this not going boom? Oh, that's why, because it's about to despawn, of course. Always the way. Is this dude logged on? Can we at least see if we're selling anything on the other account? Oh, I haven't checked my concentration situation, actually. I don't have an easy way to check it either. I got the wrong professions. Here's to hoping I don't need to burn through concentration yet. I think that's a tomorrow job. Where's all the herbs and ore gone? Who's yoinked them all? I'm seeing more flipping dirt piles than I am herbs and ore. I'm not sure I've got all... Oh, I have got all the things on this account. How many resonance crystals do we need? Oh my days. Oh my lord. 452,000 resonance crystals needed to remain all the things. Oh my lord. I shouldn't have looked at all the things. Shouldn't have done it. Engineering and inscription up to date. Only the weekly upkeep needed. Feels good. Oh, what? Like even the fully caught catch up as well? I mean, if that's the case, fair play. I don't have any of my professions fully up to speed. ATT is stressful. You got to be careful with ATT. You got to be careful when you use it. Because I tend to use all the things to fill gaps. So if there's a lull in the content, I'll open ATT and we'll go do some collecting of some stuff. If you use it to fill gaps, it's great. But if you have it on all the time and it's constantly staring you, it gets woo. It's a little hard to ignore after a while. Gives me anxiety. It's literally one of my favourite add-ons. But yeah, used incorrectly is very dangerous. I reckon I'm probably going to get to... Because the catch-up points apparently turn up a little bit faster than... they turn up a little bit faster than your regular weekly ones. So I reckon these 50... How many is it? 50, 60 catch-up knowledge points. I reckon we'll get most of these in an hour or two. I reckon it's... Well, yeah, probably 2. I reckon it's possible to get 1 a minute if you're flying around and you've got plenty of nodes to tap. Now, doing this first thing in the morning, when there's not so many people online, might give me a few more herbs to play with. Don't go boom, don't go boom, don't go boom. There's another one around here somewhere. Is it in the cave? An ore and 2 herbs in 1 cave? It's Christmas. I should probably read that. Got 1 out of 10 on mines, same as yesterday. Yeah, I think this is this sort of these concentration builds, I think, gonna give players a really good thing to just kind of keep them ticking over, keep them busy, and it's an ever-growing, ever-building. It feels a lot like Shadowlands mission tables. I'm not gonna lie, it feels a lot like mission tables. Yet currently, it's even more lucrative than mission tables, which is broken. I remember it took people. Oh, I want to say it took people probably the whole of the first patch in Shadowlands before people realised that these mission tables are money. It was pointed out to me probably about 8 weeks into the expansion, if I remember correctly, that these mission tables are actually just pumping money once you got them fully set up. Because we all went into the expansion just thinking it's a stupid little mini game that we were all going to ignore. But hang on, materials, you know, all of a sudden, Goblin Brain. They turned out to be really good. If you were willing to set them all up and if you had the ults to do it, which back then was not as easy. Took me about 5 hours to get from 0 to all the catch up with herbalism and mining. So good luck. Okay, well that's not too bad realistically. I would guess you probably got a few levels as well. 73, 74. Which, you know, it's something you're probably gonna want to do eventually anyway. Getting them all to 80 will be a task that's on the list at some point. Usually don't go in caves, but it said there was 2 in here, so we'll take them. Especially if one's a lure drop. I deliberately don't have Loot Appraiser on for this, by the way, before anybody asks. I'm very deliberately trying to take this quite casually. And so having a Loot Appraiser open, I know it's interesting for like stream and whatever, but the questions again then going to only fly in. Oh, why are you only making 10, 15,000 gold an hour? The point is I'm not trying to make as much gold as possible. I'm just trying to hit as many nodes as I can. Get the catch-up points for the Artisan security. And not stress myself out whilst doing it. If I can stay close to this dude, we're good. Okay, now. Farming frenzy here, look. Ding! 73. I was 80, just needed the Artisan security. Oh! Oh, I suppose that's still valid. I'd have done it on a level 70 though. It's free experience. Some free levels. My god, this cliff edge is like loot. Loot, 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 and more loot. Look at the flipping herbs. I don't like the sky golem, the way it wiggles. But unfortunately, it's the only way for me to not ever get dismounted, so... We do seem to get these deep grove roots significantly more easily than the null silvers, though, I have noticed. I don't know if it's just because the density, like, there's lots more herbs around this zone than there are orb, or what the case is, but... Invalid target? Oh no. Those other fellas have got ahead of me. Now I've got to play catch up. Where have they gone? It was kind of mind-numbing. Well, yeah, herbalism and mining's not my thing generally, but I wanted to test this out. I almost made a video on this last week talking about how the fact that you can you can probably get 2,000 artisan security on a single character in like quite quick succession. But I wanted to actually do it first so I can sort of see roughly how long it takes to actually do, because it's different, right? It's worth doing if it only takes you a few hours. If it takes you 8 hours, it's not worth doing. You'd be better off just going and doing some weekly tasks. And actually, if there's plenty of herb density, I'm not overly convinced that regular flying is that much slower. Because over short distances... Over short distances, it seems fine. Let's use some of these knowledge points, actually. We might as well stack our advantages. Right, let me grab my coffee. Did anybody else watch K-Chak's 300 million gold mailbox opening yesterday? I thought that was quite interesting and a great showcase of working at scale. I don't think there's particularly anything to spoil in it other than he opened 300 million gold worth of sales on his main NA character. Admittedly, this was over like nearly a period of a month, like nearly the entire expansion or something. K-Chak has so much gold he doesn't have to loot his mailbox. He can just use the gold he has to buy new materials and then loot his mailbox in one massive go. Most people don't have the gold in the first place to do that, so they have to do smaller mailbox openings. But focus on turnover. But it goes to show when you can do something at that scale, just how much of an impact you can actually have on the markets. And I wonder if, Because there's always this discussion over, is Team NA or Team EU easier or has a better economy or whatever. Now, I, for one, believe that goal making is easier on Team NA, mostly because things don't seem to crash anywhere near as fast, nor do things ever seem to get quite as ridiculous in terms of competition. I don't believe there's even half as many people that focus on goal making over on Team NA. On top of the fact that I'm not convinced there's even half as many players, which I think has something to do with the overall. But you could tell with his mailbox opening that he alone, as one character that was just mass crafting for hours and hours and hours, days and days and days, he as one character was having a dramatic... I'm going to die here, aren't I? Oh my god, I can't believe I avoided that. He as one character has a huge impact in the economy. Just purely because when he buys herbs, he buys all the herbs. So anytime he buys herbs, he resets the herbs. Which means he's always guaranteed to have a cheaper price than anybody else. So then when it comes to selling stuff, he can post at the cheapest price and people can't undercut him. Or they can, but they'd take a loss. And people stop doing that very quickly. This is the concept of controlling a market, but it goes to show just how much gold you need and what scale you need to be doing at to actually even contemplate doing that, which is wild. Impressive to see. Welcome in, Tammy. Good morning. Did some skinning catch-up yesterday. Got 31 in approximately an hour. This skinning the deep spitters whilst doing world quest there. Now I'm all caught up. Nice. Nice. Yeah, now the catch-up systems are quantifiable and you know what you're doing with them. It's not quite as random as dragon shards. It's you don't feel too bad for putting your professions down for a while because you know you can always come back and play catch-up, which is good. .0.5 next week. Yes. Wednesday for us in Team EU. I'm going to have a real hard time next week deciding what to do because my passion for World of Warcraft is going to fall off very fast next week. Mostly because Factorio expansion comes out. And one does not casually play Factorio. I'm trying my absolute hardest as well to not get spoiled because all of the big boy content creators have got their early versions and are out there spoiling, flipping everything. Welcome in, Drizzling Rose. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Playing catch up on all my tunes at the moment, having a grand time. Hundreds of knowledge points an hour. Wow, you've got all the 80s now. I hope for your sake that something juicy turns up in 11.1. Damn, missed it. If there's something that requires you to be level 80 to take advantage of in 11.1, you're laughing all the way to the bank. It's going to be fun. 50% of your time in one game, 50% in the other, if you have to choose and want to play both. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm full commit. It's always been a bit of a problem. I'm full commit. This is why I can't play 2 MMOs. Playing 2 MMOs is basically playing 2 MMOs badly. I don't, you know, I'd rather have fun in one than have an average time in 2. I do that with WoW and Satisfactory. Well, yeah, Satisfactory is a big time sink. It's It's a concept that World of Warcraft have got better at over the years, but I still... Where the hell is this ore node? Oh, it's there. WoW still sort of tees you up a bunch of stuff that you feel like you should be doing. And unfortunately, the Goblin way of life in WoW never ends. Most other aspects of the game, you can sort of, you know, work towards an endpoint. You know, you can get your Mythic Plus dungeons done for the week so that your vault is done and you can be reasonably happy. Like, you know, you can always work on... that's not going to be a fun place to lurk, is it? You can always work on your, you know, your IO score a little bit more at a later date. Goblin life tends to have a pretty hectic regime once you get it up and running. And most people end up in a scenario where they only make it, you know, instead of things toning down as the patch goes on, you add more alts to your arsenal, and then all of a sudden you've got more work to do. That's how I find it anyway. This is kind of why it would be lovely to have, you know, a full account of level 70 alts, but I'd feel obliged to try and keep them all up and running, and it'd burn me into the ground. Deep Grove Petals and Null Silvers come in pairs. Knowing Blizzard, there's probably not any real system behind it. But we'll see. We'll see how long it takes. Will I stream Factorio? This is what I haven't entirely decided. There's two elements of this to me. One, the core of my audience probably doesn't care about Factorio. So streaming it is not going to, you know, entertain them in that regard. But fortunately, outside of natural human psychology, Twitch doesn't really have an algorithm that you have to please. So I almost don't mind having 15 concurrent viewers whilst playing Factorio. That said, it does have a bit of a psychological knock on me when the viewership numbers decline that steeply. And on top of that, Factorio is a very single-player game. It's very hard to provide, like, entertainment in Factorio, particularly. It's very single-player. It's very hyper-focused on, you know, you care about your factory more than anything else, but you couldn't give a damn about anybody else's. There's a seam in here. Where is it? So I'm not sure if I'm going to stream it. I've not really decided. See, I've streamed Factorio, base Factorio before, but that was more from a perspective of like, we're going to build a factory and I already know exactly what the hell I'm doing. And I kind of felt like I could provide some value to people who hadn't played it before yet. Obviously the new expansion, I have no idea what it's about. I don't know. I've not decided. There's a few factors. It's whether I will or won't. It's more suited to me playing it solo and then doing like small videos like on it. It's more akin to that than it is to just streaming it. I mean, it makes sense, right? There's Makes sense to why you don't see any big Factorio streamers. Like big Factorio streamers. Because it's just super difficult to make it an entertaining stream. Now, obviously, I get it. Me flying around picking up herbs is probably not the most entertaining thing either. So, I don't know. Mike Hendy yesterday had about 1k viewers. Oh, it's not impossible. I saw Nilaus streaming to like 4k viewers last night. Factorio's definitely... See, this is the other thing I need to consider. There's a strong opportunity to bring a bunch of new faces to the stream as well by streaming it. Because one of the luxuries I do have is that there's at least enough of you that will put me at a reasonable position in the Factorio directory, which might mean that we actually see some new people knocking about as well. So it's an opportunity for growth as well, potentially. I don't know. I haven't decided. I probably will, let's be honest. Like, most days when I say I'm probably not going to stream, I then end up streaming. Because I'm very quick to put most other things to the side, because other things are not as fun as streaming. Convert Factorio players to WoW? Maybe. There's actually, like, when you think about it from a playstyle, the Goblin life and the factory life are very similar. You're spending most of your day doing something to optimize something else so that you can do something more efficiently so that you can then get more gold to do something else. Like, conceptually, it's very similar. I think I'm going to get this, I might. Oh, Deafness came in clutch there. Where the hell is it? Doing this just for the Artisan security? Mostly, yeah. I'm trying this out just to see roughly how long it takes and how many levels we can get from it and stuff. Because if it only takes a few hours, it's probably not terrible use of time. Because you're leveling a character, you're making gold, you're gaining Artisan security, and then you'll have a stronger, half-leveled concentration ult out the back of it. A concentration ult that could, in theory, have 100 plus 40 build, like, instantly. You know, Enchanting right now is so strong that if we were to do this first, then do the full catch-up on Enchanting, that's probably 2,000 Artisan security, or thereabouts, which is enough to fully spec out that Enchanter. It's going to cost a little bit more, but let's not forget that everything that you pick up at the same time makes you a little bit. So maybe it's +1, -1. Not sure. Don't know until we do it. Your love and affection for Factorio is enough for me to sink 600 plus hours into it so far. I'm not saying it's infectious, but yeah, I know I've converted a few people to Factorio. It's it feels a bit like selling drugs to kids, though. I don't know how don't know how I feel about it. It's not not everybody has 600 hours spare. And 600 hours is, no disrespect, still rookie numbers in the Factorio scene. it's easily the game I've put the most time into after World of Warcraft. At this point, World of Warcraft hours played doesn't really count because I've played it for 20 years. If you do anything for 20 years, you're going to have done it a lot. But Factorio, even though I don't really play Factorio all that often, I have a disgusting amount of slash played in it. I play Factorio IRL. Screams of engineer. I live in the country of engineers. My job is being an NPC in a store. Hey, the world needs NPCs. Don't worry about it. Everybody's got to fit in somewhere. Welcome to Costco. I love you. Have we got any more of these yet? Okay. There seem to be slow burn right now. Haven't really been tracking how many I've been picking up, but there's another one. There was part of me that thought about going and playing Factorio this week at some point, like one final 1.0 blast, but I wanted to get a few more things done in WoW. I wanted to get a few more. Realistically, if this ends up being, I've got a few more level 70s on my main account that I might do this process on them. Because most of the characters on my main account I would also like to at some point get leveled up to 80. My auction house account that's just logged me out for inactivity, I've got these hunters, I've got these 6 characters that I was contemplating doing this same process on these 6 as well, but I think I'm kind of more into just getting these guys a couple of professions and so they're ready. I'm not sure I'm too inclined to do a full 5-hour herb mine shuffle on them. Got to get the winter tyres on the car, have a wonderful stream. Oh my god, it's that time of the year again, isn't it? Yeah. We'll have fun with that. Thank you for stopping by. Catch you later. Hang on. I want the ore. Get off. It's mine. Oh, it's neither of ours. Ah, these herbs that disappear in front of your eyes are so annoying. My main character has 2 years and 127 days played time. Even thinking that I've literally spent over 2 years of my life on just one character in one game. I know, it's wild. I'm not on the right character, but my main has a sizable amount of slash played at this point. The scariest slash played for me was my bank character from Shadowlands, who was literally online 12 to 18 hours a day, like 7 days a week. It was really bad. Really bad. And that was just like a bank character. May not necessarily have been actively cancel scanning at all times on it, but it was at least keeping eyes on materials or doing something, or I don't know, buying mats, sending them places, inventory management. This is partly the reason I swap my bank character at the beginning of every expansion. I make a new bank character every time because it basically means then I don't have to deal with all of the old stuff. I just let it... honestly, at the end of an expansion, anything I haven't sold just rots on the character, usually. It's kind of bad mojo to a degree, but... I have 1,000 days played on my account. I've never found an easy way to track it. Plus, I also know that the numbers are skewed because I've always had multiple accounts. I could, in theory, just take the time off my one main account. That's an indication of how long I've played, because, of course, that's the account that I've kind of always had. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably pretty high numbers. Although, since being able to do this, you know, from a content creation perspective, my time played in the game has definitely over doubled. While I might have played the game since late vanilla, my account was made in vanilla. And I had a character in a vanilla. It was actually my first character was actually a paladin, but I didn't really play. Not paladin. No, was it paladin? No, it couldn't. No, it wasn't. I don't even know. I can't remember my very early days. The point was, as the vanilla, I didn't really play the game, even though I still kind of class myself as a vanilla baby. I had a warrior at one point. But it wasn't until TBC when I really started actually actively playing the game. Rookie numbers, pump those numbers. I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying. Welcome in. Good morning. Goldson, how we doing? Welcome in. Don't blow me up, don't blow me up, don't blow me up. Oh. No, disappears.
Hello there.
I'm thinking I should probably try a different zone, just to kind of mix it up a little bit. Not that this zone doesn't work, but not that there isn't herbs, but just to kind of change the scenery a little bit. This level's actually gone really fast though, by the way. I've just realised, even without rested experience, all I'm doing is herbing and mining, and I've only been level 73 for half an hour. Like, that's pretty competitive.
Season, the unbound adorn their
I mean, I know
with
there were
flowers,
people out there leveling
symbolizing
flipping 70 to 80
and
in
their
2
gratitude
hours
for
now, but
nature's gifts.
by normal person standards, this is more than an acceptable leveling time. If you're out there just pissing about doing quests or whatever. Flipping hell. Yeah, I want to try a different zone. It's getting a little bit contested out here. Gold Goblin loot is a new add-on, I think, if I tried it out. Oh, you mean like a loot appraiser replacement? Well, there's loot appraiser reloaded, which was basically loot appraiser that somebody's just forked it and given it a different name. I haven't tried Gold Goblin loot. I'm assuming it's basically the same. That's the one that Gold Goblin uses on his stream, right? It's widely popular in the German community. First character was a priest in vanilla, but didn't really like WoW much at that time. Went off to play EverQuest 2. Came back in TBC as a paladin. Well, my hunter was born. My main hunter was born in the Burning Crusade. I don't think I had the hunter in vanilla, or at least not that hunter. I might have had a variation of. I'm not sure. Mostly because I remember picking up jewel crafting like instantly. So much gold with jewel crafting in the Burning Crusade, it wasn't even funny. Back in the day when just putting stuff on the auction house was the meta to make gold. It was so fun. Named my mage Fungal Foot, expecting to hate the game 19 years later. Well, this was what WoW did, right? WoW was notorious for this. So many people looked at WoW and were like, oh, it's just some cartoony trash, sort of like easy mode kids game. And yet, here we are. That's not, I don't care where this herb is. Oh no, maybe this one's not too hard to get. Before I started playing WoW, I was pretty heavily a console Andy. Oh no, that's not what I wanted at all, is it? I did not expect to get dismounted there. Flipping out. I don't like the fact that Crusader Strike is flipping passive these days. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'm sure I can spec into it to make it not passive, but it feels horrible. I don't have enough buttons to press. Oh, now it's flipping gone. Great. You can spec out of making it passive, can you? I've not looked at the spec tree. I think I just picked the starter build. Or maybe I didn't. How does it differ? It's probably the same. Herald of the Sun or Templar? Cauterize wounds, blah blah blah. Nah, it sounds more fun. Is it this one? Passive replaces Crusader Strike. Crusader Strike becomes a 2-part combo. Yeah, let's do that one. That'll do. Not that I have any plans to get into combat, but on the occasion that I do, it's probably safe to have buttons to press. I don't have any gear. That's also going to slowly become quite a problem, especially as we get into the higher levels. I'm still living the luxury of like overpowered level 70 mode right now, but that's going to run out quite quickly. Was that 2 quality 3 lure drops? Get in. Oh, hang on, what's this? Jack plays Ret Paladin, so let's steal this. Fuck is this? Cleanse toxins? What was that bullshit for? Outrageous behaviour. Okay. Cleansing toxins as a paladin. Who do you think I am? It's for open world and for delves. Okay, nice. Oops, dismounted. That wasn't the plan. Oh, hang on. I should probably use some of these knowledge points, shouldn't I? Let's, Don't go boom, don't go boom, don't go boom. That's going to make me go boom. Oh, and then it runs away. Get dismounted a lot in this zone. A big dilemma: play the game or make gold. I tried to make it so that it's not either or. If you can wombo combo, you'll stomach both for a lot longer. This is why you may notice, like, I'm not even using proper dragon riding here. I'm literally just chilling, taking it easy. Because as cool as dragon riding is, and as faster as dragon riding is, you do still kind of need to pay more attention to what you're doing. Now, for whilst you are, you know, some of you will understand this, but when I'm streaming, I'm multitasking. I'm reading chat. I'm trying to keep a conversation going. I'm thinking about other things, not just what's happening literally on my screen. So a slight non-optimization makes the whole process much easier. Being cute? Yeah, thanks for that one, yeah. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that one. Hey, that's no effort at all. Comes naturally to some. Oh, that literally spawned right on me. Oh, I've not even got my flipping see things potion on. That's our first null silver in a while, actually. I need to hyper focus on the ore. We've kind of we've got ahead of ourselves with herbalism here. The last thing I want is to finish one like an hour before the other. That will hurt. Need to try and keep the catch-up points relatively balanced if we can. of a druid with herbing and mining, is it still a smart combo? Well, the best thing to do is to start with herbalism and mining. Exactly what I'm doing now. This character's not staying with herbalism and mining. I'm doing this to then ultimately drop it. Once I've harvested all of the artisan security out of this, I'll drop it, pick up enchanting and jewel crafting, and use the artisan security I gained from doing this to help to basically full build enchanting straight away. Short term, yes, it's still smart to like prioritize one profession, but at the same time, if you're building it for a concentration build, then it doesn't really matter either. This is kind of why I'm starting to grow to like these concentration builds a lot. Because however you set them up, it doesn't really matter. This is the nice thing. Like, they don't need optimizing. They just need to be up and running. They just need to work. Once they're up and running and working, they're doing their job. Priority for most of your alts, I would suggest, is to just get them working. Then, you know, as time goes on, you can decide if you want to optimize them and anything like that. Like the basics, give them some tools, give them some green tools. If you want to do a little bit of a herbalism and mining shuffle like I'm doing now, to give yourself a bit of a boost to your starter acuity, you can do that. But none of this is by any means essential. None of this will impact whether you make or don't make gold. It's whether you want to put the time and the effort in now to give yourself a bit of a boost on those characters, or whether you're willing to spend a little bit more time over the next few months, maybe filling out some patron orders on them a little bit more frequently. Or it's kind of nice that there's almost no wrong answer. Don't go boom, don't go boom, don't go boom. What? Son of a... Oh, right, this guy's taking the piss now. Ah, he's stealing all the herbs. Has he got like 12 characters or something on the go? Any leatherworking concentration build that can make some gold? No. Leatherworking is the first profession that's absolutely nuked into the ground. Mostly because it was not super lucrative in the first place. Leatherworking was set up very differently to the other professions, and I don't really know why, but it is definitely caused it to tank the fastest out of all of the professions. And it just goes to show that the easier it is to gain max rank in something, the quicker that market will die. Ease of access is literally what kills markets. So sometimes when things are overtly difficult, it means that there's a better chance of making profit with them if you do it. Because anything that's easy dies super fast. Leatherworking is 100% set up to just craft gear for others. It's probably the most pure crafting order based profession. Blacksmithing obviously has alloys, which are still reasonably big business, even after the tinderbox nerf. And you might question, well, aren't the leatherworking intermediates the same? Well, they're too easy to make. They're too easy to make them at quality 3. You can get away without even having blue tools and still make those materials at quality 3, which means the competition on them is vastly higher. Tailoring obviously has all of its bags, and it has all of its, you know, spell threads, and the whole raveling and unraveling and bolts and all of that sort of business, and the cooldowns and everything. Tailoring's got a lot more about it. Leatherworking is just basically pure work orders. It crafts leather and it crafts mail. Your best opportunity is getting good at one of those and doing work orders with leatherworking. Even the armor kits are like basically in the bin now, to my understanding. Just because they're too easy to guarantee. What time are you estimating to max out herbing and mining and to flip over to enchanting dual crafting? When these two numbers get to 0. Or I get bored. There's, I don't have much of an estimate, unfortunately. Yeah, I definitely seem to have a much easier time getting deep grove roots. I don't know why. What? Where's it gone? There it is. Ooh, rank 3 of Wrath's Spear. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a little weird having done this on this character, because I don't even think my main Herb and Miner has got all the catch-up. Well, no, maybe... Did we do it last week? I can't remember. Too many characters these days. Too many characters to remember what the hell I've done on any of them. If it wasn't for add-ons keeping track of half of this, I'd have no idea. Oh, yeah, I haven't got Devo Aura up. Whoops. It's because I changed spec. Thank you, Jack. What dual crafting build am I going for? My main is a gem crafter. I think the second one as concentration crafter. Well, all of my dual crafters go exactly the same way. They all spec somewhat into gems. The direction they go just alters slightly, so I don't have everybody doing exactly the same thing. There's 410 points you can put into that gem crafting tree. There's no real reason to venture anywhere else. I have a main dual crafter that's fully maxed out in shaping and is now slowly working on gems as well. So that dude can do all my prospecting and stuff. I don't need any of these alts to do any of that rubbish. I'll probably though spend all the Artisan security on Enchanting, just because Enchanting's where the money's at right now. It makes a little bit more sense to push the limits on Enchanting than it does dual crafting. Maybe get some Enchanting tools, I'm not sure. I've got a runed nullstone rod, the epic rod. I've got a guy that can craft that now. The question is just how do I want to make them? That alone is 400 Artisan security, so... Authority of the Depths enchants are great for my 18 alts, S tier for concentration right now. Yeah, I've wondered what to do about the rarer recipes. About whether I just pick up one of the rare recipes or a handful of the rare recipes from wherever they're cheap. Ferry them onto all of my alts. It's kind of one of those. It's like, do I want to heavily invest in a recipe for each of the characters at a cost? And then how long is it going to take for me to recoup that cost? And then how long do I reckon I'll be able to make a profit out the back of it after? How long do I reckon there's life still in that market? I'm not sure. How much do you think upgraded tools are worth to a gatherer? It's hard to quantify. I've kind of made the assumption, it's very difficult to math this sort of stuff out, but I've made the assumption that books and knowledge points are more valuable to you first. So as a herb miner, you probably want to tick off your books and stuff to begin with, and then get your tools. This is for two reasons. One, tools are expensive, books are free. A full set of tools is still, especially if you try and get them at quality 5, still going to set you back a fair amount, which could be a couple of hours worth of farming just to pay for those, whereas the books are free. Secondly, I think 45 knowledge points can get you quite a long way. Although, the more time goes on, the more I think just getting the tools nice and quick and then using the catch-up to get the knowledge points. So there is a tipping point. I think we're still at a point in the expansion where getting the books first is the right move, and then get your tools after. But once these catch-up numbers get big enough, you won't need the knowledge points from the books, because you'll get it from the catch-up, and so getting your tools first. Plus, by that point, the tools will be cheaper to craft. So there's no right answer. It might... Ultimately, you want all of it, so it's just a case of what do you get first, but now it feels to me like getting the books first is still the right play, but you do as you want. It's not... Ultimately, where gathering is concerned, the best way to think about gathering is, well, none of this matters if I just do an extra hour of gathering. Right? Just spend a little bit more time doing it. Do an extra hour of gathering, and then you don't need to worry about whether it was the right or wrong choice. Are you still doing the regular enchanting shuffle even when staying with enchanting? Well, what I've decided to do with enchanting, actually, is I'll do the full shuffle when I set the character up. But then I'm not going to do all of the weekly stuff each and every week. Because it's so easy to catch up, there's no real value in doing it each and every week. But once the number, you know, racks up enough, maybe once a month, I'll do the catch up on enchanting again. You don't want to do it every week because there is a, you know, it can be a little bit time consuming. It's quicker and easier to do it in bulk. Especially if you're doing it on a bunch of characters. There's a 4 to 5 week payback for me with the Authority of the Depths. Yeah, see, I'll get that gold back. It's just questionably whether I want to spend it now. I don't know. I might do. Yeah, you still do the masks. That's net positive in knowledge points, so there's no reason not to. Plus, actually, those masks then, once you've unlocked all of those, that's where your patron orders come in. I make a few thousand gold a week on every enchanter just filling those patron orders on masks. You'll occasionally get one that comes up for that will reward a what do you call it? A augment rune, and when it rewards you an augment rune, that's money right now. So it's definitely worth doing. Delves are so good when Zekvid gate crashes you. He does add a... It's so funny, they've literally just ripped the butcher mechanic out of Diablo. It's quite clever. What level can you do the world boss at? I guess you can't do it at level 74, can you? I'm going to assume not. Anybody else not bother with the world boss these days? Is it just me? I don't see the reason in doing the world boss. It has an incredibly low chance to drop anything of any use. You just go run a delve and you get 603 gear. It seems like, why would I bother with the world boss? It confuses me. I think they need to have a bit of a rethink on the world bosses, now that delves are out. I think the rate of hero gear maps in delves is like 50 delves per map. Achievements to do 10. I've had 3 maps, I know that for a fact. How many delves have I done? I've had 3 maps. I categorically know for a fact I've had 3 maps. And I've done 52 delves. And I would say of that 52, 48 of them have probably been tier 8s. So I'm maybe above average on my maps right now. Oh god, I got dismounted, that's dangerous. Yeah, let's not lurk about here too much. The maps seem low, done all of the achievements, didn't get any. I've not had random maps. I've only... the only time I've had maps is when Zekvid spawned. I don't know if that's normal or not. I've not had like a random map drop, I don't think. Zekvid spawned and I've slapped his ass and then I've got a map. I think that's the only time I've actually had them. I'm not sure if that's how it is meant to work or... Zekvid will always drop a map when he crashes into a delve, so I think doing 9s is the move if you're after the maps. Okay. He spawns more often on 9s. So Diablo-esque, this whole thing is really funny. Did anybody get into D4, by the way? Did anybody catch the Diablo 4 bug? I honestly didn't give it enough time or effort. But I kind of didn't want the bug, if that makes sense. I loved me a bit of Diablo. I had a huge amount of fun playing Diablo 3 every other season. Diablo 4 kind of pissed me off because it launched and it was dog shit. But this has kind of meant that I haven't really given Diablo 4 a good go. But I kind of didn't want to. I didn't want to get hooked on Diablo 4 a week before Factorio comes out. And while I've still got stuff to do in WoW, you know. Too much choice. Don't go boom, don't go boom, don't go boom, don't go boom. Null silver. Loved the story in the campaign, but lost interest after that. I was falling asleep during the campaign. Maybe this was the problem for me. I went into it with probably the wrong mindset, but... Diablo is not the kind of game I play for story. That said, the only saving grace... Oh my god, I'm dead. The only saving grace of Diablo 4 was its initial storyline. Like, the first playthrough of D4 was really fun. And then you got to endgame and there was nothing there. Right, I think we're going to go to Hallowfall. Not because this zone isn't good for, like, density. I just want to keep changing it a little bit. Oh yeah, I can just bubble and pick up the herb, can't I, technically? Or save bubble for when I do something really stupid. Which will happen. If you've watched long enough, you'll know only given enough time in the open world, I will do something really stupid. It's not an if, it's a when. Profession bags worth it? In what regards? To craft them or to buy them to use them? Some of the professions benefit from them a lot more than others. They're very spec dependent. There's a few professions where I've just not bothered with them at all. Yet there are some professions where they're absolutely mandatory. Like blacksmithing, for example, you have to have the blacksmithing bag. There's no choice in the matter. But like the alchemy one, for example, the alchemy one just increases your chance of discovering something, and by the time you're willing to spend artisan security on the bag, you probably should already know everything. So like the alchemy one's completely dud. Some of them are alright, some of them are just trashed here. I can't remember what half of the other ones do. Oh, the tailoring one's good because it gives you an extra spool when unraveling. Tailoring is actually one that's mandatory. Because you will probably want to, if not straight away, but in the future, do the entire process. So you'll buy the cloth, you'll unravel the cloth, you'll turn it into the bolts, you'll use the bolts to make exquisite bolts, you'll use your exquisite bolts to make epic bolts, you'll take your epic bolts and you'll make spell threads. If you control the entire production chain, you set yourself up a much better chance of making gold. So there will come a point where you'll absolutely definitely want the bag. Enchanters use 1% less concentration might be good. Yeah, that's a weird one. I don't really think that actually makes much difference, because the very second you cap your concentration on that character, you've basically thrown the advantage in the bin. Using less concentration is like, it's never really going to mean that you are able to make anything more. It's super subtle. It's that 0.1% optimization. But it's a 0.1 optimization that the very second you accidentally cap that character that you've completely lost. This is kind of why I don't spec into ingenuity on my characters.
The sacred flame is powerful. Even those outside our faith can
Enchanting is a little bit of a exception to the rule on the basis that you can actually get enchanting to refund 100% of the concentration when ingenuity procs. And with the epic rod, you can push your ingenuity high enough that you can get them to chain. So they do. So ingenuity does start to get quite powerful, but I still think that resourcefulness is very close. And I know that with my playstyle, there'll come a point where I cap my characters. I'll go more than... There's no chance that I don't go the entire expansion without letting my characters lapse for a couple of days. Look at how I play this game during PTR season. As soon as a PTR season turns up or a new patch is on the test realms, I just put retail down, and I can put it down for a week or two at a time. Meaning specking for more, specking to save myself concentration doesn't really make a lot of sense to me personally, but that doesn't mean it's not the right option for others. The fact that the choice between resourcefulness and ingenuity is such a close one sort of shows to me that it doesn't really matter which one you choose. Are you leveling through gathering only? Well, I'm kind of trying to get all of the catch-up knowledge points. I'm mostly doing this for the Artisan security before I drop these professions in favour of Enchanting. But one thing I am starting to sense is that the catch-up points don't turn up quite as quickly as I thought they would. Meaning it might not be as valuable to do this as I suspected. Or should I say it's still valuable to do, it's just going to likely take me too much time. I was kind of thinking that I could get all of this done in about 3 hours, but I think it's probably more likely to take 6. Now I know I am using old school flying, not dragon flying and the likes, so I'm not doing this speedrunner-esque, but we've managed to get a 10-point lead on the Deep Grove routes again. Need to rein that back in. I need to focus on the ore nodes. But at least we're making gold the entire time we do this, which is more than I can say for most of my streams. I categorize myself as a gold maker, but I spend significantly more of my time spending gold than I do making it. I'm just lucky that I know how to make a lot of it very fast when I need it. God, there's like 1 billion ore nodes around here. Has the war within been profitable so far? Oh, absolutely, yeah. I put myself at a bit of a disadvantage after the first couple of weeks, because I spent the first 2 weeks of the expansion doing nothing but spending gold, when I should have at least been spending 20% of my time making it. So I put myself about nearly 30 million gold in the hole at the beginning of the expansion. But I've not only pulled myself out of that hole, I've also made profit on top of that since. So we are definitely up for the expansion. My goal for the expansion is to fill my war bank again. I've had this, I've been gold capped in every expansion ever. Now I know the gold cap per character hasn't really increased, but I kind of think now that we've got the war bank and everything is more account wide, I kind of feel like the gold cap is now 100 mil. That's only, you know, a self-inflicted achievement. So I think we should get back to what's 100 mil? 9-figure club? We need to get back to the 9-figure club. Spent too long in the 8-figure club. Membership to the 8-figure club's getting a bit stale. Shuffle cost 30 million, that's nuts. Well, that was across 8 characters though. That was doing it on 8 characters. Hindsight's always 20/20, I know. But with now, so for the launch of the expansion, I took the decision to diversify as much as I could. But what I didn't account for was just how long it was going to take me to do everything. And what I accidentally found myself doing was spending way too much time shuffling and not anywhere near enough time actually taking advantage once I'd shuffled. And so I was almost a little bit too late for the big bucks on a lot of markets. Plus, I screwed up 2 of my professions. I shuffled on 8 characters and completely fucked up my enchanting and my enchanting and inscription. And then 1 character I spec'd into prospecting, which turned out to be very, very lucrative for about 3 days until everybody else figured out how to do crushing properly. And then the profit disappeared almost overnight. Alchemy then took me a little time to get rank 3 flasks, but when we did, oh boy, did we make gold then. But Alchemy also had the problem of that rank 3 flasks were just too expensive. This was something I suspected was going to happen, and Alchemy really showcased it very well. That there were an awful lot of people that looked at the prices of rank 3s and were like, fuck no. So when it came to selling flasks, I could sell easily 10 times as many rank 2s as I could rank 3s. Because the price between a rank 2 and a rank 3 was just too much for most people. Oh yeah, this is the seedy bit, isn't it? Do I have any seeds? I got 24 seeds, holy shit. Go on, at least give me some catch-up points from this. Nice me game, go on. Didn't pick up all of these seeds for nothing. There we go. I'm making the guy behind me very rich as well. I forgot about this little seed farm area. It's good money this, you know. Oh, especially when you proc rank 3s. Yeah, this is a weak aura. Moo's knowledge point tracker, I think it's called. I wish the commands had worked properly on Team YouTube, but there's a link to a document there that's got my most frequently asked questions about add-ons. They need an equivalent little farming spot, but for mining. I know that kind of doesn't make thematic sense, but... Because you don't grow ore, technically. This is actually crazy. There's loads of people around here doing exactly the same, and these seed spots, like, are always up. Is it viable to just, like, lurk around this area and just make bank? Has anybody tried with herbalism fully speccing into these seeds, by the way? Bots just fly around this area and farm the seeds. Oh, I bet they do. Do you blame them? It is very much a honeypot of activity, isn't it? It disappeared. Making rank 3 pots, flasks now in preparation for Season 2. I'm going to be honest, it feels a little bit too early to prep for Season 2. Just because I don't think the materials have bottomed out in price. But the second the second you feel materials bottom out though, there's no reason not to. If you've got the gold spare and want to just get it invested. Get the processing out the way now. That is assuming you are BIS for making the flasks, though. You want to make sure that's the case. Otherwise, the materials are best saved as materials. I feel like the rank 3 herbs are bottomed out. It's hard to tell. Well, you got to be careful that the rank 3 price is heavily dependent on the rank 2 price as well. Because whilst most people are not having a great time farming rank 3s, you know, you get rank 3s naturally a lot less. The more time people spend farming, the more rank 2s they get. And if rank 2s stack up, then the price of rank 2s go down, and there comes a point where rank 2s get converted into rank 3s. So the further the price of rank 2 goes, it pulls the price of rank 3 down as well. So remember that there's a synergy between them. Remember that they're not totally independent of each other. And that's before you take into consideration that, you know, alchemists are doing thaumaturgy things. which could also impact on it, because I reckon now big boy thaumaturgists probably can guarantee quality 1 herbs into, or quality 1 materials into quality 2, right? Surely. And if you can guarantee quality 2 herbs from quality 1 materials, then those quality 2 herbs are going to stack up even faster. And they may even go the extra mile and convert them to rank 3 as well. Are you literally lurking? You've literally got me on follow, waiting for me to place a seed. Fair play. Yep, here he comes. Oh my god, look at the flood of people that fly down the very second something spawns. This is where you need to stack deafness just so you can out tap the nodes before the bots do. I say bots, they're other players, let's be real. One thing I would say actually is that yes, I have seen gathering bots, but there seems to be less of them, which surprises me wildly. Unless that is that they found a way of making 80k gold an hour raw somewhere else in the game. Because I've not seen anywhere near as many bots. Now, I know we're only a month in. It's usually 6 weeks before the bots tend to really turn up in force. But we'll see what happens. Are you even using green tools when you plan to flip the other professions? Yeah, I make so much gold from the materials that I'm gathering that yes, it was worth buying some green tools, even though it's a quote unquote disposable profession. If you're going to spend a few hours doing it, you easily pay back the cost of the tools. Well, this is where your server may vary, obviously, but I don't think I had to pay more than 1,000 gold for any of the pieces of gear, so let's just call it 10k for the tools on the 2 professions. Was literally half hours work, really. Also, with most of the rank 1 mats being similar to the rank 2 mats, the Mastergy shufflers have stopped, so there's less blasphemites on the market. Is that what you're hoping? Is that factual, or is that somewhat biased by the fact you are desperate for the price of blasphemites to go up? I think you're right, though. I think they will. Alchemy and your thaumaturgy is it's a maths game. It's something that people are going to need to keep on track of. People are going to have their spreadsheets and everything to make sure that their efforts are working profitably. This does tend to lead me to think that there'll be less and less people who bother doing that, especially once the margins get squeezed on doing it. And because there's obviously that element of randomness in it, unless you're doing it at scale as well, there's a much stronger chance of you just losing. Where the, all the herbs gone? Should have stuck to my usual little area. The Mastergy Shufflers will have to stop at some point because of how the system's designed. Well, it is a lossy system, so yeah, there is a finite amount of time or a finite amount of materials. You can shuffle everything so much so that you have balanced everything. and that it becomes not viable to press the button anymore. You are relying on wild swings in the market to bring a material either up or down in value enough to make it worthwhile. Which, as time goes on, will happen less and less. This is why I thought it's such a clever system. And if I'm honest, I should have really gone ham on it at the beginning, to be honest. But it was either go crazy on thaumaturgy, or it was shuffle 8 characters, and I chose to shuffle 8 characters, which I had more fun doing. Standing there just thaumaturgizing materials all day long would have got very boring very fast, profitable or not. Is it the north part of here that's like actually better for herbs? I haven't even got Gathermate switched on this character actually, so I don't even know where everything is. Let's go check the northern part of this map. I reckon this has got more juice in it. I have been doing this now for about an hour and a half. Or actually, an hour 40, nearly exactly. And we've gone from about 110 down to like 80. So it's actually quite a slow burn doing this. Kind of leaves me to the assumption that I might not do this on many characters. But there'll be part of me that kind of wishes I did do it on... where did that herb go? In the future. When I run out of alts, I'll wish I spent the time. But we'll see. Might as well pick up the treasures while we're here. This is a dangerous area to be, isn't it? I must remember that. Especially when I can't even see the herb. Oh, it's back there. Can we dive in? Are we fast enough? We got the legs? Oh my god. Oh, flipping out. Okay. I've just realised I haven't got me flipping potion on. What flipping hell is it? Bismuth in the middle of the sea. It's actually... I am really quite surprised just how good this is for just leveling as well, by the way. We're leveling at about 45 minutes a level. And this is me doing this in slow mode as well, let's not forget. You could probably do it in half-hour level. 5 hours for 70 to 80, whilst also getting 5 hours of gathering done, whilst also working towards about 1,000 artisan security in the time. It's not bad, is it really?
The lamplighters are stretched thin. For the Arathi to survive, we must settle in lands shadowed from Beladar's light. The dark
Don't blow me up, don't blow me up, don't blow me up. Can't see where the bombs are.
Can dispel. Aid us, outsider. Be our beacon in the darkness.
Ding, 75. 44 minutes. Doing nothing but gathering. I should also point out I do have 580s already, so I have got the 25% natural buff. Napkin math, how much artisan security are you getting? It'll be about 1,200 artisan security by the time we've got all of these. It's you don't even need to napkin math it. You can actually calculate it. If I use all of these. So we got 760. We got 34 plus 45, 79. Multiply that by the 5 is 395. Add that to the 760. 1155. 1155. So by the time I've done enchanting on top of that, I'll be able to fully build out enchanting. That's tools, knowledge point, books, the works. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Okay, that's not going to happen, is it? Oh dear. Oh dear. No. Oh, I've changed my spec and now my bubble's not in the right place. Hold on, we'll just kill stuff. If in doubt, kill it. Oh, now we done goofed. Run away. Run away.
The creatures
Run
in
away.
the dark use fear to hunt the Arathi. No longer. You have emboldened lamplighter and farmer alike.
This is that, you know, I told you earlier, there comes a point where I do something stupid. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. There we go. Now we're safe. Is Bubble Hearth still a thing, by the way? For when it gets really... 8 seconds? How long's a Hearthstone these days? I don't even know.
Waterways have always been dangerous in Hallowfall. Fierce predators of the undersea slither up and prey upon the fisher folk. Keep them clear.
Am I the only one fishtailing in my head? Yeah, I kind of get almost seasickness after using the Sky Golem for too long. For that exact reason that you start doing this. Where's your firewater, you scrub? Oh, come on now, don't give me shit. I'm not even using dragon riding. This is not about optimal.
In every sense.
I started by saying this is definitely not any form of optimal play. This is chill, relaxed, no stress, no bother. Camouflaged lure drop. Is that the first time we picked up one of those? Wild. You're lucky I've got my, you're lucky I've got the True Sight vial on at the moment. Oh no, what? stole it from me. Oh, a Knoll Lotus. You know what? I've not had any of these so far. Is that literally the first Knoll? No. Yeah, that's literally the first Knoll Lotus I've had in this entire time. I swear I've even had more Knoll Stones. I've had imperfect Knoll Stones. Where's the herb? There it is. Oh, Weeping Bismuth. I'm not sure we've had this yet. Oh, maybe we have. Sneaky around the back. Okay, you got absolutely blasted. Wait, hang on. It says this. Ah, sneaky, sneaky. Nearly missed you. Oh, and I had rank 3s on it. Go on, finesse. Okay, now how far up's this herb? Who puts a herb up here? Sure, we'll take it. Right, I think it might be time to go to Spiderland, you know. We've done the first 3 zones. It might be time to spend a level in the Spider Zone. Oh, these herbs keep disappearing. I should really be picking up the wax as well. It's just the fact that the wax dismounts me, and occasionally I have to fight something, has put me off picking up the wax, but probably is still worth picking up, isn't it? Well, it's not directly wax, is it? It's disturbed earth, you know what I mean? Actually, this build slaps so hard. Things just die. What's causing things to just get absolutely shredded? I don't even know. Is it Hammer of Light? Is that what's doing it? Things just go boom. Ooh, spore fused one. Spore fused lure drop, that's new. Oh my god, look at the amount of herbs in there. Christmas. Go away, go away, go away. Right. Let's go down spider zone. Let's go have a little look at the spider zone for a while. The item level scaling's crazy for lower levels. This is going to be my problem in a minute. We're 75, but I still haven't picked up a single piece of gear. I'm going to lose the benefit of low level scaling soon. Meaning I'm going to have to try extra hard not to get in combat. I have a pretty well equipped ret and it's critting up to 4 million. Holy smoke, okay. I see why it's used then. Oh shit, I forget about those things. No! Jesus, I thought I was dead then. Gathering music soundtrack sounds remarkably like my cleaning soundtrack. Something a little bit high tempo just to keep you going. I get it. Buy some greens. Yeah, I probably can. I'll do it if it gets a bit shady. Now, I'm probably not going to level all the way to 80 doing this. Because realistically, this was just a bit of a test to see roughly how long this takes. If I can get a baseline, then I know that baseline can be optimized. I'm almost doing a worst case scenario deliberately here. Worst case scenario of not even using dragon riding, just using old school flying just because it's easier to navigate. And I can stop and hover and think and take a breather. If you were to completely beeline this, you'd do it even faster. Another null silver. Had a few of those in the last. Where's our? Do we not have any Dream Grove roots? No. Means we need to try harder. Hello? Mad Nerubian? This has been removed from the game. Well, it clearly hasn't. This object is for an achievement and is currently disabled by Blizzard and will be re-added in a future patch. Nope. Lies, it's here. What is this?
The Queen sees all.
Okay. I don't know what achievement it's for. Oh, is it just that it doesn't count? Oh, okay. I deliberately don't have ATT on, so I'm not going to look any deeper. Oh my god, I've been drinking coffee all morning. Then I drink apple juice. Holy shit, my taste buds weren't ready for that. Just hopping from one to another, to another, to another. Another one. Another one. I should go kill the rares for the rep, but... Try orange juice after toothpaste. That's the killer combo, isn't it? I don't know what it is about mint, what mint does to orange, but yeah. Yeah, I've done that accidentally a few times in the past. Not pleasant. Still way ahead on these deep growth roots all the same though. I don't know how I'm going to feel about this when one of them gets to 0 and then I'm just chasing the other. Maybe at that point I'll just ignore probably all the herbs and just beeline the ore. Because I kind of need to remember the main reason I'm doing this is that every catch-up point I get is 5 artisan security. That's the main focus of this. Leveling is a nice byproduct. Gold making is a nice byproduct. The main reason is to get the artisan security. Time invest shuffle without gold whilst making gold and leveling. Should be a multi-win. Anything fizzy after toothpaste? Is it? Okay. I drink a lot of sparkling water. I like for some people. I've always found this. Some people are either a still or a sparkling water. I really despise drinking just regular water, which is hence why we have like SodaStream in our house, and I will carbonate the fuck out of everything. I've never noticed carbonated water doing anything weird after what the hell's this thing? Hello? Is that still the one that's stuck in the ground? They still haven't fixed that. I reported that on the beta. Click off herb tracking. Oh, see, that's super clever. Yeah, then you don't even see it. Big brain. Gold making a byproduct? Can it be? Oh shit. Okay. Why are you atting random people? Got my finger on the ban button. Aha, got it. Oh, I knew it was rank 3. Worth. Get gastric reflux from sparkling water, but I like it too much. Yeah, sparkling water, I don't know why, it genuinely tastes different. The carbonation actually makes water taste better, in my opinion. I mean, there's a reason why beer is carbonated, right? If you ever had a flat beer, you're like, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I'm clearly losing my low level advantage here because I'm no longer low level. My remix gear's not cutting it for much longer. Might have to make a trip to the auction house and get some upgrades. Cut into our goal making, but feels a bit of a waste because as soon as this character dings 80, he will probably just live in the main capital city and will never leave. I don't do any gathering down here anywhere near enough, which is clear and obvious by the fact that I'm spending way too much time flying around not finding anything. I might go back up to Isle of Dawn, you know. I know where I'm going out there. I don't know why, I can't really pinpoint exactly what it is about this zone, but I just really don't like it. The elevation is weird. I don't like the fact that it's dark and dungy. It's like cave mode. I just don't like this zone. It's not pleasant to be in. Full of flipping creepy crawlies to make you feel weird. Maybe I'm too soft, but it's not for me, this zone. Feels claustrophobic. It does in a way, yeah. Okay, there's not a herb around here, is it? It's a lie. Okay, it's a lie. It's not here. I know Blizzard said that they weren't going to make these zones feel like you're in a cave, but I'm sorry. For as long as there's walls, floor to ceiling, and a ceiling, we're in a cave. I don't care what you say, Blizzard. You know, sometimes you just got to call it what it is, and it's a big fuck-off cave. Hallowfall's the only one where you can sometimes forget it's a cave. Yeah. Hallowfall does a better job. Because it's only got 3 sides rather than 4. But yeah. Weirdly, Isle of Dawn, still my favourite zone. Then again, the big sort of randomly open plains, like Nagrand from back in TBC, was always a favourite of mine. I just generally prefer the more wide open space. I don't know. Bright, airy, refreshing. Yeah, it feels like you know. Down here, it kind of feels like, you know, it's hard to breathe, it's dingy, you're going to get, you know, cheese lung. No fresh oxygen. No fake grass to touch. Gamers need their fake grass. Right, let's head back up north. Let's head back up top. Yeah, you still want to pick up green tools, even if you plan on dropping the gathering professions after. Still worth picking them up. In regards to SodaStream, BigCLive.com has got a playlist. Will it carbonate? Oh, what? In similar fashion to will it blend? Will it carbonate? Okay. Some big industrial powered carbonation machine. Is it worth maybe selling what we've got and grabbing some green gear maybe?
I have many, many wares. Good fortune to our friends.
Since we're now 75. It's going to be one of those where I kind of do need it, but kind of don't. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get a bunch of gear for like 1,000 gold, we'll do it, I suppose.
Supply of goods for outlanders.
Oh, I've also got to remember that I'm plate. Oh yeah, we can't use half of this gear though. What item level stuff can we use? Dredger's plate gear. I can get a set 515 gear by the looks of things. But it's all expensive. So maybe I don't want to buy a set of gear. Because it appears that somebody's doing a reasonably good job of controlling the prices of all of this sort of stuff, which is surprising to see. And it's surprising to see just how little of this stuff there is. I mean, I guess there's no real issue with buying some of this. I just don't need to. The reality is I don't need to. I'll be fine. I just won't get into combat, it's fine. I regret that, like, level 78 or something, but we'll go from 78 to 80, just leveling Enchanting, it'll be fine. Jägermeister, Bailey's, red wine, carbonated Bailey's.
To eat.
I love me a
Help
Bailey's.
guide this one's hunger into a
I
constructive
asked the wife
activity.
the other day, is it nearly Christmas yet? Because I want to buy some Bailey's. Is it the sign of becoming alcoholic that I look forward to the winter so I can change my consumption of alcohol? Like, we start buying the Baileys, the Gluggy comes out. You know, it's you get the hot, warm, comforting rum and honey, hot chocolates. Ooh, I think I might have a problem. I also figured out the other day that I actually like Jägermeister all of a sudden. I used to hate the stuff. I don't know what happened. My taste buds must have changed. It was probably 10 years between me not wanting and not liking Jägermeister. I had it again earlier this year because it was bought for me and I had no control over it. We were skiing and I was just bought a shot of Jägermeister and you know, I'm English. I never say no to a drink, even if I don't like it. I've got standards. But it turns out I like Jägermeister again. I was like, shit, okay. That was unexpected. It's called getting old. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Appreciate. I mean, it's true. You didn't have to point it out. Deep Grove Roots. Oh, that wasn't the plan. Sorry, sheep. You gotta die. Bah. Yeah, you go bar. Not far from ordering a Negroni at the bar then. I also don't mind Negronis. My wife ordered one of those when we were in a restaurant about a year and a half ago. Because she clearly didn't know what it was. she saw it on the menu and thought that, I'll try that. She had no idea what it was. She was not impressed when it turned up. I happily drank it. I got the old man, you're entitled to a free health check text from my GP this week. Oh dear. Oh dear. I avoid the doctors. The doctors never tell me anything I want to hear. What are the actual lyrics to this song? What's she going to look like with a chimney on her? That doesn't make any sense in any way, shape or form. What are the actual lyrics to this? Spotify doesn't have lyrics. I don't know. Humans are weird. You also never go to the doctor when you have something... wait. Same as IT support. You only ever talk to them when something's wrong. That's true. That's true. I have family members that I only speak to because their computer's broken. I don't mind though. One thing I learned very quickly as a younger human being, being the tech savvy one in the family, meant very quickly everybody was asking me, oh, should I buy this or should I buy that? Can you build me this computer? I very quickly learned to say no to all of it. Because it's one thing being tech savvy. It's a second thing then being the one that has to fix everybody else's stupidity. And worse is when you make a recommendation to somebody to buy something. They buy something and then that thing breaks. And apparently it's then your fault. It's like, well, I didn't fucking break it. It's so I learned very, very quickly that as far as family related tech support goes, keep it to a minimum. The best life hack to this was if somebody asks you, oh, I need a new router, which one should I buy? Always suggest 2. And then they get to make the decision on which one they buy. So that way it's never your fault when it goes wrong. My uncle bought a PC once. And this was back in the day before people like really used like proper antivirus softwares. And I told him to get this antivirus software because he would need it. And then he got a virus, and it was my fault because he'd installed this antivirus on it, and it slowed the computer down, and it was his fault that he caught a virus. I'm like, no, the only reason you know you got a virus is because you had the antivirus software. Otherwise, your credit card was going to be online, you donkey. I'm still bitter to this day. You wouldn't have known you had a virus if you didn't have the antivirus software, you idiots. But yeah, this is that's when I drew the line on doing IT tech support for family. Worked in IT for over 15 years. The pain is real. Yeah. Kind of can't help but pick up these wax piles. Oh, this one's a pain in the ass. Takes way too long. Save your own bag. Like you never get COVID if you don't test for it. It's kind of true, you know. Kind of true. I kind of have that theory about all health related things. It's a bad habit. You shouldn't do it, but I kind of have the assumption that I'm immune to everything until something one day will just kill me dead. I think my mother is still convinced people can see me through my PC camera, so even when it's not connected to the PC, lying on the desk instead. My wife has a little sticker in front of a webcam on a MacBook. I think that's a relatively common one. People think they're being spied on when there's a camera on them. It's probably a very legitimate fear, considering our mobile phones are listening to everything we have to say. It's not a far stretch to assume that oh, what? How am I in combat with these? It's not a far stretch to assume that the camera's watching us, really. Is it just me, or does the Sky Golem give normal flying a bit? Yeah, I don't like the way the Sky Golem wobbles. It's unfortunately though on a paladin the only way I get
In this season, the
proper herb
unbound
mining.
adorn their ramoliths with
I could have put
flowers,
all my points
symbolizing
into
harmony and their
into the right
gratitude
node
for
in hope.
nature's
In fact,
gifts.
hang on. I think I did. Have I been a complete moron? Have I been using the Sky Golem all this time when I don't need to? Oh my god, I did. I did. I put 40 points in botany so I didn't have to use the stupid Sky Golem. Oh well, that's not going to work, is it? That's not going to work. Okay. What should we use? Where's me, it's that time of the year again. Where's my broomstick? What's the broomstick called? I could just use this to piss everybody off. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh shit. Oh, no, I tried to use disengage. Wrong character. Force of habit. We'll spread the love. You should try being a wife. Do I wash this at 40 degrees? Core temperature of pork chops. Do we have Q-tips? Where are the scissors? IT service desk has nothing on us. True. In fairness to all husbands out there as well, the only reason we don't know where shit is because you lot move it. If you just left shit where we put it down, we'd know where it is, wouldn't we? whether that be on the kitchen work surface or the middle of the floor. If you leave it where it is, I'll know for next time. I have this discussion with Mrs. Manthias on a regular occasion. Where's my phone charger gone? Oh, well, it's in your drawer. Why is it in my drawer? Well, because you left it plugged into the wall in the living room. Of course. Exactly where I wanted it to be. At least once a week. Every time. Yeah, I've lost me potion, haven't I? And I've run out of them. Well, let's make a slow but steady flight back to the auction house and buy some. Hang on, we'll go one better than that. We'll just buy some now. I don't mind them moving, it's the denying that they moved it that's more... Oh dear, I'm about to start domestics. It's not the plan. It's funny because it's true. True site... No, not true shite. Few sold things, few expireds. Who the hell is this character? Much zoomies. Perks of living alone is you don't have any of these problems. It's true. Fun fact, I have never lived by myself. Never. Not for a single day in my life. Then again, I've been with my wife for a long time. Well, actually, saying that is a bit of a lie. We bought our first apartment while she was still at uni. And she did spend like 4 days of the week at uni. So in a way, I kind of did live by myself. Even though I kind of didn't. Right, the definition here is that I still had to have a tidy up on Thursday before she came out. So that's not really living alone, is it? Just because there was 4 days of the week she wasn't there. I started asking my husband, where does this live? Pointing at the batteries on the coffee table. He just gives me a cheeky smile and says, show me. They live on the magic coffee table. Because if you put them on the magic coffee table, they magically end up where they're supposed to be. It's incredible. So ultimately, who's playing who here? Why does it dismount me every time I try and do these easy mine ones? Oh no, that's the wrong mount. Best hack, don't aim the webcam at you when it's not in use. Set up a stick figure display, aim it at that. Or just point at a little post-it note that says, fuck off Elon, stop looking at me. According to math, it's more convenient to leave the charger plugged into the wall instead of unplugging it every time. The cost of electricity used is less than the cost done with plugging and unplugging it. It just makes me giggle that all of the phone chargers and stuff have to be unplugged at all times, as if they're somehow going to spontaneously combust. Yet, we'll leave the house and the fridge is perfectly fine to be left on, you know? I don't get any of this. The dishwasher must be switched off. Not only must the dishwasher be switched off, the water thing must be switched off. And I'm like, every time you turn it on and turn it off, you're slowly wearing down the switch. Whereas if you just left it on, it'd be absolutely fine. And it would also mean every third time somebody goes to put the dishwasher on, it doesn't go beep, beep, beep after 2 minutes because the water's not switched on. Right, this is actually taking significantly longer than I expected it to. I've been at this now for 2.5 hours, and I kind of suspect that it might take another 2.5 to get these last 50 points. I'm wondering how much value is in this. I'm wondering if my my tolerancy for farming is going to last that long. It's certainly not going to last long enough to do this on multiple characters. But from a science perspective, it's... if you can tolerate farming, at least in a small quantity, this is definitely worth doing. Just by the pure amount of artisan security you'll get from it. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, flipping Lord. Let's move those around. I keep pressing the wrong mount button and going on a ground mount. Imagine both parties moving things to where they belong all the time and then arguing about it all the time, as my parents do. Yeah, I think that's relatively common. My wife wears the trousers in our relationship, and I let her. Think about that for a minute. Luckily, she doesn't watch the stream, so she's definitely not listening. Right, is this going to dismount me again? No, good, okay. In, out, shake it all about. Is there anything in there that's worth going and getting? An Iron Claw seam? I know for a fact I have never seen an Iron Claw seam. In fact, since the expansion is launched, I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've ever seen an Iron Claw seam. I borderline assumed that they didn't exist. Oh, these dudes don't fuck about. Hang on. Yeah, I'm living in the wow, look at that thing. Huh. Iron Claw seam. Take a photo, you don't see those very often. Use a few of these knowledge points. need 2 more. 2 more, and then we might find a few more null lotuses. I've literally only found 2 null lotuses ever so far. If you don't spec into these, you just probably don't get null lotus. I don't understand why this has been so cheap for so long. Then again, it's literally the only obvious place to put points with herbalism. Because most people are druids. Oh, okay, I've technically got the 2 in my bags now. Do you have to complete the weekly quest for the catch-up to drop same as Enchanting? Yes. Yes, you do. Yeah, you got to do the turn-in for the gathering before the catch-up starts turning up. So weird how they put that restriction in place. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but it seems like such an odd thing to... Oh, you can get catch-up, but you must have done this quest. And then they don't tell you. They just expect people to find this stuff out. The way they handle the catch-up system is really odd. Considering it was something that was so heavily asked for in Dragonflight, and so many people complained that there wasn't really a valid catch-up system, because even though Dragon Shards existed, people were never willing to accept that they were actually a viable thing, because it was never really figured out how to reliably farm for Dragon Shards. You would just kind of periodically randomly get them by playing the game. It was nobody ever really figured out how to target farm them. For all we know, there was a way to actually target farm them, but I never found anything. Not anything that was reliable anyway. Some people stated that killing the rares, that the 30-minute rotation rares were a good way of doing it. And I agree that was probably a good way. But I wouldn't necessarily call it farming for them when you get 1 chance at Dragon Shard every half an hour. That's not the same as being able to do a repeatable activity at your own leisure. That's still time gated. It's just your chance is time gated. Kind of why I don't really like the flickers, the patron orders, as a catch-up system, because I don't really feel that it qualifies as a catch-up system, because you still can only obtain it if you spend a month. Well, you have no control over it. Like, you're going to get X amount of patron orders, and you can either do them or you can't, and you have to check back again tomorrow. It's not really a catch-up system in my mind. That is the system. Right? There needs to be something that actually allows you to do a repetitive task to catch up. You need a catch-up system for the catch-up system. Did I go buy those potions and then not ever... Where's me pigeon? I just realised what I've done. Nobody told me. Nobody told me. Flipping... Bought the potions. Didn't take them out the mailbox. Didn't use one. For all I know, somebody did tell me and I just didn't read the chat. Bot prevention, maybe? Well, potentially. But I tend to go by the belief that they shouldn't do anything in-game that is detrimental to the players in trying to prevent bots. It's Blizzard's job as the owner and the developer of the service and the game to ensure the automated accounts don't exist. It shouldn't be at detriment to the player's overall experience. It's kind of like DRM in video games. I know I've made this comparison before, but this is why DRM in video games kind of annoys me. Because it actually only, everybody that has a slower game and a worse experience playing the game, because DRM is just being a dick in the background, like it so often does, only causes everybody, every single person that plays that game, to have a worse experience, just to try and prevent a handful of people who would pirate the game. And those that do still choose to pirate the game actually often get a better experience, which is bananas. DRM is your anti-piracy software in video games. What it's often doing is calling back to the main servers, verifying the legitimacy of the license that's playing at the time. And it's nestled in the game code and hidden as well as they possibly can hide it to prevent people from finding it and turning it off. But often you'll find it's nestled so deep in the code, and its performance can actually have a knock-on. You know, if you haven't got the best hardware, and even sometimes even if you do have the best hardware in your PC, DRM can often be quite power hungry. Can't remember which game it was, but there's one plagued with frame rate issues. The official fix from the developers was to replace the exe from their support page. The replacement was found to just be the cracked version. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Just the one that bypasses the DRM. Yeah. I think it's a difficult stand to have, but I think it's like a game developer, a software developer, anybody that produces something in digital form and publishes it, and more importantly sells it, I should say, on the internet, has to expect that a percentage of the user base will pirate it. You just have to accept that these days. And I think the more prevention tactics that are put in place,
With an empty stomach, a
the
Ramelith
worse the
has
problem
one
gets,
directive:
ironically.
to eat. Help guide this one's hunger.
This is partly the
into a
reason why a lot of
constructive
games almost
activity.
unnecessarily went online only, or like permanently online, because then there's fundamentally not really a way to pirate it. Even something like Diablo, for example, being always online. There's not really, it's not really that essential for a predominantly single player game to be always online. But if it permanently has to be connected to a server, it's significantly more problematic to then pirate it. I've never been convinced by the lost sales debate with piracy. Those that pirate something wouldn't have bought it anyway. It wasn't a lost sale. Yeah, it's the opportunity. Yeah, that it's not actually opportunity cost because they weren't going to buy it in the first place. It's a hard concept to grasp though. In a world where everything has to be numerical, everything has to be data driven, and the data driven answer is often one that's hard to dispute. You're unfortunately going to find that data says that this amount of people pirated our game. This, when extrapolated, is this amount of lost money. No, because that wasn't your money in the first place, because you were never going to get that money. What do you mean these days? It's been like that since we got the first copy activity, predating even PCs. Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, there's always going to be that. There's always going to be that percentage of people that will do their best to get something for free. Even recording music off the radio onto a cassette tape back in the day, sort of thing, you know. Haven't Steam recently updated their policy to like boldly promote the fact that when you buy a game off Steam, you're not actually buying a copy of the game. You're buying a license to play the game. Caused a bit of uproar. Quite rightly though. I do kind of get it. I have no objection with renting a license, purchasing a license to something, but at least tell me that's what I'm doing. Don't tell me I'm buying something and then try and tell me that I actually just bought a license of it. If you're selling licenses, sell licenses, but be upfront and honest about it. It's dishonest to tell me I'm buying something and then tell me it was only a license to it. Be honest about it and just say it's a license. What's the name of the song? I don't know. It's or something. This is the song. Not a fan of the anti-emulation behavior from Nintendo at the moment either. You can't take a stance that emulation is illegal and then bundle an emulated game as a physical title as a remaster. It's just gross hypocrisy. I mean, Nintendo are the worst for it. They always have been. I borderline shudder to even say the word Nintendo on stream in case they DMCA the stream. They're like... They're the one big company that just hasn't ever really got it. I don't know if it's a cultural thing, but they've just never really got it. Like, we're really lucky, by the way. Just think about the fact that YouTube gaming and Twitch as a platform in its entirety wouldn't exist if game devs stuck to the law, right? The fact that I'm able to play World of Warcraft, stream World of Warcraft, make videos of World of Warcraft, and monetize that content is entirely because Blizzard lets me. To be super clear about this. The only reason I'm able to do that is because Blizzard lets me. By the line of the law, Blizzard could turn around and say you're not allowed to do that. Because it's their intellectual property. And that I'm monetizing their intellectual property. But, and this is the line that Nintendo attacks very harshly. Or should I say they attack it as and when it suits them. Which is the worst thing. But nearly the entire, online gaming entertainment industry exists because these game devs understand that it's free promotion for their game. And that it's not, and that letting a content creator monetize their content is not lost revenue. It's the same as we spoke a minute ago about the piracy. It's not lost opportunity because somebody pirated your game because they were never going to pay for it anyway. Letting me make YouTube videos of World of Warcraft is not costing Blizzard money because they could have made that content themselves and monetized it themselves. No, it's a net positive for them because it's more exposure of their game. But Nintendo just have never really seemed to get it. I wonder if it's a cultural thing or whether it's just, a policy that they're stubborn with. Because I still remember in the early days of YouTube gaming, when we had those big channels where content creators, like MCN channels, what was the big one? Machinima, for example. you'd sign up with Machinima and you could make content and you could publish it on the Machinima page. This, in the very early days of like YouTube and gaming, was sold us a way to not get your work copyrighted. It was a way for you to legally monetize playing and making video game content. It was really weird. It was really odd for a few years. Nowadays, that YouTube has done it all automatically. It's second nature that you can, you know, you get your 1,000 subs and then you fill out a form and then, hey presto, your channel's monetized. Back in the early days of YouTube, it was not that simple. Don't worry, they'll want their 30% cut soon. It could go that way. Could go that way when you look at companies like Ubisoft right now. AAA publisher who is clearly not getting it right. Clearly not getting it right. It's not unreasonable to think that they might at some point turn around and go, well, we don't seem to be able to make back the revenue on these games. How do we generate more revenue? Well, look at all of these YouTube channels that are making Let's Plays and videos. How about, you know, look at the amount of money they're making. How about we rein some of that in? I would really hope that that would never happen. But, you know, corporate greed is a power that is difficult to comprehend. It literally would be the nail in the coffin, but, you know. It's not smart decisions that have put them in the position they're in right now. Problem with Ubisoft is that they're Ubisoft. Yeah. Okay, we're maxed in there. At this point, I don't really know where to put points. It doesn't matter because we're never going to have enough to fill another tree. +1 skill when picking up. Dedicate. Oh, I should put points in here. Flat skill. What's the difference between ingenuity and resourcefulness? I don't know if you're legitimately asking that question or whether you're just baiting me to an argument, Jack. I'm pretty sure that's a bait comment. I'm not taking the bait. But fair play for trying. I just pirate all single player games. They cost too much for the time spent, usually for me. It's difficult because I can't, or should I say, it's at least not sensible for me to be seen to be promoting piracy in any way, shape or form. But that is a viewpoint that I understand. Because value is inherently subjective. The value somebody sees in something could be different to that of somebody else. And that value also predominantly derives by how much money you have to begin with in the first place.
Harmony and their gratitude for nature's gifts.
People put like these dollar values on, you know, the amount of hours that they can obtain from a video game. And in a way, I kind of see the logic there as a general rule, but I still think it's the wrong way to look at it, like strictly anyway. For example, it's entirely possible for you to have the time of your life in a 3-hour, very, very well-wrote, story-driven game. Whereas you could spend 20 hours playing Call of Duty for the same money and hate yourself for doing it. So I think it's a good rule of thumb, but I'd never recommend people stick to it too heavily. Not to mention these days, you know, if you take the other half, if you take your significant other out to the cinema and maybe go for some food on the way there or the way back, say goodbye to $100. When you look at it from that perspective, $60, $60 for, you know, even an 8-hour story-driven single-player game is, if you enjoy it, is arguably good value. Explain it in terms of the TV being on or off so Jack can relate. I'm an 80% mythic raider these days. Ingenuity is only worth putting points in. Ingenuity by default only returns 50% of the concentration if it procs. Now, of course, it only procs when you press the button. Only when you're using concentration can Ingenuity do anything for you at all, which means it's situational from the word go. The fact that it's situational makes it half as effective as anything else, in my opinion, because you're only going to use it when you're also using concentration, which may or may not be every time you craft something. If it's entirely concentration build, then every single item you craft is probably being crafted with concentration, so you can negate the fact that it's, you know, situational to begin with. This is why I tend to look at using resourcefulness instead, because resourcefulness is going to work every time you press the button, or at least give you the chance to work every time you press the button, and is directly going to keep your costs down. Ingenuity, with its baseline at 50% refund, means that it's technically got to proc twice before you get a free craft. And I use the word free in inverted commas because it's not necessarily free. You still have to pay for the materials to make it. It's the assuming that craft is profitable baseline without the need for any procs, which is also not necessarily something that happens all that often, by the way, let's not forget. In today's game, you kind of only make money when resourcefulness or multi-craft procs. The base craft of anything usually loses you gold, which actually then means that being given the opportunity to press the button again isn't actually great. So, to summarize, Ingenuity, resourcefulness is going to work all the time. You know, it's a little bit of cost saving every time you craft anything. Ingenuity is very situational, can be a little bit more lucrative, but only in the right circumstance. Only when you're using concentration, and only if you can, like, get it to proc, like, multiple times in a row. Ingenuity is the gambling way of doing things, in my opinion. It can, you know, it can chain proc a few times, and that feels good. Feels good when you get that big proc. It's like hitting a massive multi-craft bonus. But under normal circumstances, and equally long-term, I think that Ingenuity is the wrong play. But it's actually really close, so the reality is pick whichever, it doesn't matter. I have a mixing rod that has Ingenuity. Is it better to change it to resourcefulness? It's probably fine right now with Ingenuity because there's probably lots of profit every time you use your concentration. But once there's no natural profit in pressing the button in the first place, and the only profit comes from those resourcefulness procs or comes from the multi-craft procs, then being able to press the button again doesn't actually gain you anything. So it's alright now. now because there's still a lot of value in the concentration builds, ingenuity is fine to use. But I think later on in the expansion, you'll probably find that resourcefulness is the mathematical better. But you're also crafting like 1 or 2 things a day, so you're never going to get close to mathematical averages anyway. Which is why it doesn't really matter. I love my full resourcefulness enchanter. 35% resourcefulness with the essence. Buy rank 1 shards, turn them into dust, get around 35 to 3600 rank 1 dust instead of the 3000. Ends up being pure profit and can be done AFK. Well, yeah, I suppose it is AFK, isn't it? Because you can just press the craft all button, yeah. It's not even like disenchanting. Entirely possible. Right, we're down to 19 deep grove roots. But still 32 null silvers. I need to hit more ore. We are going to get to the point where I'm just going to turn off herb nodes. Oh, shit. That wasn't meant to happen. Resourcefulness when the outcome is 1.3, 1.5 times the value of mats, depending on your knowledge, e.g. the value of mats is 1,000 gold. If the final value is less than about 1,300, 1,400 gold, switch to resourcefulness. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably plot it on a graph and do the maths properly. I just have never bothered to do it. Because I genuinely think that it's kind of usually so close that it doesn't really matter. And more importantly, you know, those numbers change every time you go to press the button anyway. I mean, you could always just have 2 tools. See, today, Enchanting, for example, can take massive advantage of ingenuity. But that's only because the margins on the concentration crafts are still ludicrous. When the margin's so goddamn high, being able to attain that profit again, once you've specced into ingenuity and got it to refund 100% of concentration, is definitely valuable. Probably way more valuable if the only thing you're doing is pressing concentration crafts once or twice a day. But later on in the expansion, you might want to swap that out to resourcefulness, or your option is just to go resourcefulness from the word go, and then not have to worry about it. My point agrees with that. The math is assuming 100% ingenuity refund. Yeah, that's why Enchanting, it's more valuable on Enchanting than it is on others. When it only rewards you, by default and baseline for most professions, it only refunds 50%, which by that point I tend to consider it's basically useless. Because it's got to actually proc twice before it's useful to you at all. And unfortunately, when you're only pressing the button once or twice every few days, getting it to proc twice in quick succession basically is never going to happen. And yes, I understand it. Technically, it means you can press that button again sooner. But when you're doing concentration builds and you're doing alt armies, you don't really want to be micromanaging every single profession having a totally separate, different amount of concentration all the time. The theory is that you're trying to get to a point where you just log on twice, maybe 3 times a week and spend your concentration. Not like, oh, I need to log on to this dude today because he had an ingenuity proc 3 days ago. It all starts to actually muddy the process a lot if your ingenuity or your concentration numbers start to get all out of whack. Which is why I tend to believe that sometimes doing the right thing is the wrong way of doing it. The mathematical right way might be ingenuity right now, but in practice, it might actually cause more frustration. Especially if you've only got 50% refund on your concentration, and then you accidentally overcap your character. This is a bag with a quest on it. I've completed that somewhere else before, apparently. With 100% refund, you craft until you're done. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you can't, like Enchanting does allow you to get to 100%, but a lot of other professions don't. A lot of other professions don't have the boost to the refund. Depends if there's points in your spec tree or not to support it. So, like many things, the answer's not totally black or white. Hey, another null silver. Missing these. Oh god. Oh god. This isn't going to end well, is it? You know, that one took forever. People are awakening to the benefit of the potions and finishing reagents. Well, it's for a long time, people probably haven't even been able to use them. You've often got to spec quite deep into something before you can even use the finishing reagents. Plus, Dragonflight finishing reagents were dog shit. And so a lot of people are probably just following the same rules from Dragonflight. I know I slept on the finishing reagents for a little while. And finishing reagents are good now, but their perceived value will drop off again very quickly as the prices are coming down. I had a rough rule in my head that unless it cost me more than 2,000 gold to press the button, probably wasn't going to be worth using finishing reagents. But with concentration builds, there's actually value in using the finishing reagents even if they cost you gold, for the fact that they will also save you ingenuity. But it does have the same inherent problems as we spoke about before, that it can throw all your numbers out of whack. So still 31 null silvers to go. Dear Lord. This has definitely taken me a lot longer than I expected it would have done. But we've got a few levels under our belt on this dude all the same. I will keep pushing on this dude, and I will finish these. I was kind of hoping I'd get this all finished quite quickly today. But it turns out it's not going to be, is it? Because actually even the leveling process is slowly starting to slow down as well. Now we're looking about an hour per level as the XP requirements ramp up. I could obviously switch to dragon riding and make it a bit faster, but do I want this one. I shouldn't have bothered. What? And now the node's gone. Oh, for fuck's sake. The node blew itself up. All of that for nothing. Sheesh. How can I do crafting orders in your guild? Any rules? I was accepted 2 days ago. I mean, anybody in the guild can fill any of the guild orders. When people put orders in, you obviously need to make sure you can... the advantage of a guild order is that you can either provide or not provide materials, and you can specify quality. So it's like an advanced public order, in a way. The general rules are in the guild description. It's generally considered best practice to provide all of the materials. And then tip, you know, accordingly. The rules are not super strict, but if you are blatant... Are you good? Okay. It's so funny to see anybody running these days. What's he doing? Sus. Yeah, the general rule is if you are obviously trying to just scam free shit off people, then you're going to get booted. But, you know,
In this season, the
tip
unbound
appropriately,
adorn the
provide
ramillies with
materials.
flowers,
But the same rules
symbolizing
apply,
harmony
you know,
and their gratitude for nature's
if you
gifts.
suspect that something might need to be crafted with concentration, you're going to make sure that you need to tip appropriately, or somebody's still not going to do it. The guild, talking about that, actually, the guild's been doing quite well recently. There's been a reasonable amount of people joining. I've seen quite a few orders going through for the different professions. I mean, I definitely could have pushed the service of the guild a little bit stronger, but I've put a few guild orders in myself, and promptly had them filled, which is nice. Oh, my herb gathering's too slow. Got it. Got it. Oh, that one shot me. I didn't know if that was going to get me or not, and it did. I got blown up. True sight ends in 20 seconds. Well, it's definitely ended now. Whoops. Oh, another deep grove. We really are blasting forward with these herbs. I've got 7 of them. Maybe I should use the knowledge points. See how I naturally landed then before doing this? How regular dragon riding is so engraved, mentally engraved now. I felt the need to land before I did anything, when I could just hover. It does feel slightly weird using this old school flying now. Now we've had Dragonflight for an entire expansion. It does feel very odd using this. Tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see just how much gold we've made from this as well at the end of it. I don't think it's going to be much more than like 50, 60k. It's certainly not breaking records. It's not going to be an awful lot at all. But the fact that you're able to do this whilst leveling a character, making gold whilst leveling a character in any capacity, even at reasonable leveling speeds, is nice. I would rather level a little bit slower and make a bit of gold at the same time. Ooh, a big keeper's stash. Yoink. Who's littering with postage? What a mess. Oh, stamp on the ground. Haha, let's see what we did there. Oh, that's going to be one of those, now I've heard it, I can't unhear it. Are we going to be able to get this one, or are we too close to this starting zone, which is phased? No, we're good. Oh, rank 3 bismuth and all. Right, let's blast through this phased bit. Yeah, the Deep Grove lead is extended to nearly 15 points now. More mining nodes, Blizz. You gonna disappear? Yep. Of course you are. Oh shit, don't kill me, don't kill me. Oh. Probably just bubble through that and stand there, I reckon, as well. I've just realised I don't think I've pressed my overload button even once. I'm really not showcasing best practices with this at all. It's so weird how overloading was literally the meta in Dragonflight. And this time round it's basically dead in the water. You'll put points into it eventually, but I don't think there's much. Well, saying that, I'm assuming there's not much of a benefit to it. But whilst the price of quality 3 materials is just as high, I don't think there's any point in speccing into overload. I should still probably use it on cooldown though. Blizzard released a new patch for Heroes of the Storm with additional balance changes and updated shop bundles and items. What? Heroes of the Storm's not dead? Really? Blizzard, what are you up to? I never really played Heroes of the Storm. In a way, I'm kind of glad I didn't get into it, because it was I never really enjoyed MOBAs in general, to be honest, though. I never played League particularly much. Or Dota or any of those. Heroes of the Storm Reforged. Intern does the patches every few months. Well, clearly. Get the donut boy to pay his worth. Where's it gone? Hello? I swear there was another one here. Oh, there was. Ow, no, that stupid druid's stealing them all. Get off! Hang on, I need to investigate this. Go away. Wow, they literally have updated talents, done all sorts of stuff. Bug fixes. Right, fucking hell, flipping ads on this website. Icy Veins, Christ. Fair enough. They had thoughts on making Warcraft 4, but scrapped it because it could not bring in any money, and the Reforge was received badly. Yet Heroes of the Storm is still getting updates. Doesn't make much sense, does it? Heroes of the Storm probably has a core player base of about 3. We had a record amount of monthly active users in Heroes of the Storm. Dozens of people were really pleased. All 6 people liked it. We had 100% like ratio. It was so well received, it nearly went into double digits. I met my now wife in Heroes of the Storm, so we play it from time to time for the memories. Well, that's a cool story. I've always wondered what it'd be like to have a partner that also plays video games. I think every World of Warcraft player has at some point tried to get their significant other to also play World of Warcraft. My adventures into that were not very fruitful. And at the end of the day, I think it comes with its pros and its cons. Because my wife does not play PC gaming, it means I can spend all of the money that would go onto her PC upgrading my PC. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it keeps the price of all computer hardware 50% off. Absolute bargain. Got to look at it. There's got to be some advantages. There is a lot of herbs in this zone right now. I feel there's a lot of people gathering out there. I think the herbs have kicked into hyperspawn. I'm also not able to pick up a single flipping one. So I'm clearly running behind a train of druids or something. And it's gone again. What's going on here? Good point. I think I'd rather keep my husband even if we have to double up gaming setups. Like I said, pros and cons. I keep my wife off the PC, otherwise she'd be playing Sims all day, just building houses. I used to love building houses in The Sims. I have fond memories of The Sims. I remember as a teenager when the very first Sims game came out. This was the very first Sims game came out, and I strongly remember me and my mate went to the store and bought it. And then probably spent the next 4 days straight just like messing about in it. Not the best story, I know, but not many people remember The Sims. The Sims 1 when it first came out was like revolutionary. The newer ones have just become a massive stinking cash grab, but like they've got that same right, I'm gonna say something, and I hope this doesn't come across wrong, but The Sims it's got such a heavy female demographic that it taps into that same kind of Candy Crush, soccer mom kind of game, where the outrageous level of monetization they seem to somehow get away with. Because the last time I looked at the cost of the Sims expansions, I was like, are you shitting me? You can spend 4 figures just buying The Sims these days. It was quite surprising. Former girlfriend played WoW, did not work out as she moved out to be with a guildmate from another country. Now my wife does not play WoW, and I will not make her. Oh God, oh dear. That sounds like a story for Preach's Drama Fridays. Hey, hope it all worked out eventually. I hope you know, there's a silver lining to that chaos. Kind of game for non-gamers. Yeah, The Sims is very much like that. I haven't played it in probably a decade. I wouldn't know where to start with it these days. But it was fun back in the day. the cost is actually preventing me from playing The Sims. Oh, I bet, because it's it feels to me like one of those games that you would want to have all of the features and functionality when you start playing it. I never understood The Sims, how they would like drip feed these expansions out, because then I would kind of feel like I'd have to start making a new family or so. Maybe it's because I haven't played the game forever, but it feels weird to me to like add on an extra game mode. If you've made a Sims family, what if they release like a university expansion or something, and you know, your family is all adults? I don't know. I don't know how it works. But I would assume that there's actually probably a lot of people that are put off by the fact that or what they do, I don't know if you've noticed, the actual base game of The Sims is almost always basically free. Sims 4 base game is free nowadays. Oh, well, there we go. I noticed it was either always on sale or it was always nearly basically free. So they probably just get you completely hooked on the game that way and then sell you a few expansions. Some of us got The Sims 4 and just had to buy the crafting DLC. Had tons of fun for a while knitting in The Sims. Nice. The last time I played The Sims was at a point where I think they'd like... There was an expansion pack that allowed you to add shops or retail or something. And I very, very quickly figured out that the Sims that would come into your shop would usually only buy one thing, but price didn't seem to matter to them. So I just stocked nothing but the largest, most expensive flat screen TVs, and everybody that came in bought the most expensive flat screen TV. So it was just a money printer. Why put cheap things in the shop if people will buy the expensive things? And it worked out remarkably well. You min-max The Sims retail? Yeah, that's literally it. That was the last time I played it. Probably. I don't know. It was a long time ago. Whenever that was. I'm assuming it was The Sims 4. It could have been The Sims 3. He stole the herb. Oh, hang on. We got 9 knowledge points here. Item level, bro. What's your realm? Oh, like this is just a remix character. I don't have any impressive stats. Not on this dude. Too short in there. Alright. Feels like we're nearly on the home stretch now. 13 and 23 is what? 36? 36 points. I think I started the stream needing like 110 or something, so it's not the quickest to process this, but we're leveling at what I would consider reasonable pace. We're making gold. We're gaining artisan security for when we eventually drop these professions. I think there is value if you were to not do it as slow as I'm doing it. Because I'm almost deliberately doing it slowly so that we know what the almost theoretical worst case scenario is. Instead of some scumbag YouTube video promising more and delivering less, we might end up with what is the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is that it takes you 8 hours to level your character to 80. Probably not even that, to be honest. 6 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours to level your character to 80, whilst making 100k plus gold and farming up. We're nearly already at 1,000 artisan security. We should be at about 1,150, I think we worked it out to BS by the time we get all the catch-up points. 2,000 odd artisan security by the time we've got enchanting fully leveled as well. Which should be all knowledge books, all tools, in basically one sitting. Or you could at least do it in an afternoon if you wanted to. Did you see Holden's leveling video? I've not watched it yet, but I'm aware he's put one out that's like an hour and a half or something. These are the things that I tend to look at them and go, these are great, but I don't think your average player is going to get anywhere near that. This is the thing, right? And this is often the YouTube way. Like, overpromise and showcase what is theoretically achievable, but then when most people go out and do it, it's nowhere fucking near. And it only leads to frustration. I'm sure he's doing some things in that video that will mean that your average player is not going to get an hour and a half. It's more of a showcase of what is possible, but people don't take it as a showcase of what's possible. They take it as a guide to then go and follow, expecting to achieve the same, which I'm skeptical to believe is something that average Joe would be able to do. Ooh, somebody's nuking the mob. Don't mind if I do. I'll help you, fella. I'll help you. He did first-time crafts for enchanting in the Dragonfly XP zones whilst having the Dark Moon buff. 4 crafts went from 70 to 71. Really? Okay, that's quite funny. I mean, I'm level 77. I suspect that by the time I've finished doing leveling enchanting and doing first-time crafts, I'd be not far off 80. I don't necessarily feel the need to push this all the way to 80. Once I've got the knowledge points for herbalism and mining and we pick up enchanting, I think that might probably be enough to get us to 80. I'll probably watch the video because I'm sure there's some cool hints and tips in there. And on the basis that there's probably an awful lot of characters I need to get from 70 to 80, it might not be the worst thing to have some knowledge on. Sometimes I try to naturally avoid videos like that though, because it can skew your perception of what's really possible. And I have this same thing with goal making in general as well. The kind of constant push to increase gold per hour in everything you do sometimes has the effect of that even when you're achieving what should be deemed as a very worthwhile amount of gold, it can sometimes feel bad because you know somebody else is able to do more, or that there's something that's this constant chase of bigger number. If you know somebody can make 150,000 gold an hour, making 50 gold an hour makes you feel like a scrub. You're like, well, why am I only making 50k an hour, you know? When most weeks in this game, if you can make 50k an hour, you are eating good. You are eating good. You're buying an entire month of... You're generating an entire month of game time's worth of gold in, like, an afternoon. So sometimes, like, these big videos, you know, one that's like 70 to 80 in an hour and a half. Then when you do it in 3 hours, you feel like a dumbass. But, like, leveling a character in only 3 hours is still incredible. It's just perception. Or perspective, sorry. Do we pick up the... Yeah, we pick up the wax. How much wax have we got on this little adventure, by the way? Hey, we've nearly got 50 wax as well. Not that I've been focusing the wax piles at all. I've been picking up the odd one here and there. Oh, why do all these keep disappearing? Anytime the nodes are near a world quest, they seem to be really glitchy. It's got to be something to do with Blizzard's phasing. Ouch. I'm happy making 40 to 50k an evening. It soon adds up. Yeah, I mean, it's the consistency. Like, consistency is almost more important than hyper impressive single hour results. Like, from a mindset perspective, this is always kind of why I preferred crafting over gathering. Because crafting feels like I'm always working or moving forward. Every time I gain more knowledge points, every time I learn a new recipe, every time I skill up in something, it feels as if I'm moving forward, because that's something that I, in theory, then don't ever need to do again. It's a tangible advantage that I can hold on to for as long as that thing is relevant, whether that be the patch, the expansion, whatever. Whereas gathering is kind of like one of those. It's, yeah, you can push for a better hour, but, you know, you could magically get 150k an hour, but then somebody comes along with a, you know, 100k an hour farm and just does it for 2 hours. They've already made more gold than you. It's not that time is invaluable, but I sometimes think that the gold-making community is a little hyper-obsessed with gold per hour, because you're not doing gold-making 24 hours a day anyway. But if you do it in small chunks and you do it consistently and you do something that's fun, doing something that you enjoy doing that makes you less gold, you are significantly more likely to do it for a lot longer. Because let's be real, we're playing a video game at the end of the day. We're not working. We're playing a video game, so if you're ever not having fun, you're doing it wrong. I've dropped my potion, haven't I? Where did they go? Where'd they go? There they are. I think 250 gold a day is decent then. Well, I mean, you know, if you depends how long it takes you to take that 250 gold relative to how much time you're willing to play the game. If you're happy playing the game 8 hours a day and you make that 250k gold in like 4 hours, and you're happy to split your time between 4 hours of gold making and 4 hours of playing the game, then don't anybody stop you from doing it. That's kind of the thing, right? So often this kind of like hyper optimizing something to the point where it's like tedious to do. And this is why I often try and wombo combo things. If I'm doing any gathering, I would much prefer to be doing gathering on a character that's not level capped. I think doing any gathering on level 80 is just as much of a waste of time. when you ding level 80, you should drop your gathering professions and pick up some crafting professions and just go concentration build. You can pick up gathering again on low level characters, and you can wombo combo. You can level your characters, and having more characters at max level is always a bonus. And you can go gather some stuff. So you do a bit of goal making, you do a bit of leveling. This is working towards multiple things, because of course this is then going to give me the Artisan's Acuity, which when we drop these 2 professions will mean that Enchanting can get sort of a boost, a speed boost. So this is sort of wombo comboing multiple things, which for many people is what's needed to keep things worthwhile doing, keep things fun. When you only have one reason to do something, it's very quickly and very easy for that thing to become hyper boring. If you only do Mythic Plus to like get gear, I can understand why just running keys gets really boring, because the amount of gear you get starts to slow down very quickly, sort of thing. You know, if you're not enjoying the content you're doing, whatever that content is, you probably shouldn't be doing it. But if you can combo a few things together, you stand a much better chance of enjoying it for a lot longer. And when something's not a chore, it doesn't matter how long you spend doing it. When you enjoy doing something, you'll do it for hours and hours and hours on end without thinking about how long it takes you to do it. This is why whenever that question crops up, and it crops up 50 times a day, like, I don't have much time to play, but I want to make some gold. What should I do? Not waste it making gold, is my first initial answer. If you only want gold to have the gold, if you don't inherently enjoy the gold making activity, and you're limited on time, you should not be spending it on making gold. Go spend it doing something that you enjoy in the game, and buy a token once a month. Don't, you know, screw over the limited amount of time you have to play to do something you don't want to do. That's what real life is for. That's why a lot of people go to work. Don't replicate that same thing in your hobby. That's mental. Mythic Raider don't have much time for gold making, but I'm learning more and more about crafting, having a gathering toon for some fast gold as well. Collecting mounts, achievements, pets, toys takes time too. Yeah, there's a large crossover between collecting and gold making, because they do kind of in some way go hand in hand. If you're farming a dungeon for a rare mount drop, there's a strong chance that in the time it takes you to get that mount to drop, you'll get a bunch of other random stuff that can at least be sold for something. Plus, when you get hyper into the collecting, you'll start getting to the point where the only things you can get are the things that you have to buy off the auction house, and then it gets expensive. So the two kind of go hand in hand. This is why concentration builds are god tier this expansion. For as long as there's, you know, reasonable profits in them, which, let me specify, won't last forever. What we consider good profits today will not last throughout the entire expansion. It's not physically possible. The gold in the concentration builds lasts as long as the value in the materials hold, which they only hold for so long. We have resets in the markets. We have new patches that come along that reinvigorate and re-stir the pot. So concentration builds are set up to always make you something. But the money printer that they are right now is probably not going to last forever. But it's something that's relatively quick and easy to set up. Requires very little upkeep or maintenance. And is potentially scalable depending on how many characters you have. So It's kind of very casual friendly. And due to the fact that most of the things that concentration builds are crafting are put on the region-wide auction house, the very, very small amount that each individual crafter makes can very easily be sold through, or maybe even just rebought to resell by a bigger goblin. So the chances of the markets being there, you know, they won't last forever, but they'll stick around for some time. I don't need any more gold. Jeff Bezos doesn't need any more money, but you better believe that we both enjoy getting more of it. Yeah, this question often comes up by people that are like either new to the channel or the game in general. They're like, you've already got loads of gold. Why do you need more? And you can say the exact same swap out the word gold for money, and it's the exact same concept. I don't need any more. It's fun to have more, though. And this is the thing. If you enjoy the concept of getting it or making it, then keep doing it. Those that don't enjoy doing it, or those that don't have too much time to dedicate to it, it is a little bit gross, but at the same time, Blizzard selling tokens does at least allow those players to not have to worry about it. This is not me promoting the, you know, being able to buy the gold is kind of a, it's a shortcut that's often considered pay to win, but it's a valuable asset for some people in the game. One more week until we finally don't have to take stuff out the warband bank for crafting orders. Oh, I know. I can't wait. That's going to totally change the way that I play with my professions as well. As of right now, it falls into the category of a chore to do the patron orders. Because of, I either have to just ignore what I've got in the war bank and buy everything off the auction house, because it's quicker and easier to go to the auction house with a shopping list than it is to pull individual items out of the war bank and then not have all of the items and need some from the auction house anyway. So if I got to make a trip to the auction house, I might as well just buy everything from the auction house. But at the moment, patron orders do kind of fall into the chore category. But as I showcased yesterday, when you smooth the process out a little bit, you can actually still, even with very few orders per character, on enough characters, much like concentration builds, it adds up. It really adds up. And at the moment, when you're gaining Artisan security and you're gaining knowledge points and there's extra bonuses to doing them, being able to do them more efficiently might be quite useful. I need to really start prioritizing ore. Although the difference between the two has come down to only 7 points now. 6 points now. I wonder if the closer to 0 you get, the less frequently they show up. I'm not being proactively focusing on mining, but it's starting to balance itself out naturally. Can you guild kick this guy? Stage manager Huberta, crafting order for a Duskweave bag, has provided 2 times the Durning Ribbon and left me to supply the rest. 50 gold tip. Oh, the patrons. Millhouse is the worst. Millhouse is an absolute scumbag. All that blacksmithing gear Millhouse seems to need. Don't know how Millhouse gets so many sparks, you know. Don't know where he's getting them from. I swear he's cheating the system. I'm getting catch-up points on Enchanting for characters that caught up 100% last week. Right. Okay. Well, the catch-up system on Enchanting is kind of in lieu of the fact that you don't get patron orders that give you knowledge points. So in Enchanting, you probably will get some more catch-up every week. It's kind of not strictly considered catch-up in the same way, because it's just your kind of like default weekly allowance. Some of it's in disenchanting, some of it's going to be in patron orders, or should be in patron orders but isn't, and so they put it in the catch-up system instead. Because most other crafting professions are getting a handful of basic knowledge points via the glimmers, and then if they fall behind on those, they get flickers on top of their weekly activities and stuff. I don't know. It all feels a bit weird. It all feels a bit odd anyway. My 100% up-to-date character's not getting anything. Odd. Don't complain. Extra knowledge points. There's a bug with Enchanting right after reset where you can get catch-up points, and after you relog, you can do all of the weekly stuff and basically gain about 15 or so extra knowledge. Okay. If it's, I would be highly cautious about if you deem it, if you believe it to be a bug, then don't abuse it, because then it falls into exploit territory. It's one of those things that if you accidentally do it once, you'll be fine. But if you then deliberately try and repeat it, then that's called exploitation. So be careful. Trick is to not assume it's a bug. Yes, noted. Flipping hell's the node. Oh, there it is. These camouflage ones are still so hard to see. I quite often will fly past one completely. Use farm HUD. Farm HUD makes me dizzy. I don't really like it. Plethora of ore filled. Right, 8 deep grove roots, 15 null silvers to go. Now we really are on the home stretch. When we get them both into single digits, that's going to feel good. Here's a deep grove root. One in the right direction. Why do I keep picking up wax? It's just second nature to pick up the wax. Luckily that didn't spawn anything. This is why I always think it's criminal to have herbalism and not mining, or vice versa. Because if you're flying past something, why not pick it up? Webbed ore deposit. Is that going to be right on the top? Kind of wasn't even planning on streaming today, and now I've spent 4 hours farming. What am I doing? I would say that as a worst case scenario, this is probably 7 to 8 hours of effort. You'd probably shave off 2 of those hours if you used proper flying. Maybe, possibly. If you always made sure you kept up your true sight vial, which I've not done. This is kind of why I was cautious about making a video about this before I'd actually done it myself. Because I didn't want to turn around to people and say, oh yeah, you could just easily do this in a couple of hours, and then realise it takes 8 hours to do it. Because I wasn't really too sure how quickly these catch-up points came through. Oh, missed it. I love when you can literally see the next node you're flying to on your mini-map before you've even picked up the one you're at. That's density that we need. Oh god, am I on the... Oh my god, I can't believe I missed that. Oh, that one's going to blow me up. Oh, it's only one, it's fine. We can tank one. Whoa, 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 whoa. They really are rare compared to the knowledge points from treasures. Yeah, but they're a lion, you know, they're... It's actually a world of difference compared to dragon shards. So, realistically, I think it's acceptable. But the fact that it's, you know, put in numbers and is something that is trackable, and we can see where the finish line is. This is what I think put most people off about dragon shards. I'm almost convinced there's people out there that did a lot of herbalism and mining that got so many dragon shards every week, they were just miles ahead of everybody else and were just lolling all the way to the bank with mats throughout most of Dragonflight. Or at least in the period of time before people could accidentally, you know, get their gatherers up to speed. I know bots did bot things, but bots always do bot things. But I'm pretty sure, even though nobody really could put exact numbers or figures or methods to how to gain more dragon shards, I'm pretty convinced that It was just an effort thing. The more effort you put in, the greater the chance is that you'd have got them. And if you're farming a few hours a day, I reckon you are miles ahead of other people. Hello? 7 blobs of wax just on the floor. Sure. Was that a trick? I ignored one of those earlier on and just left it there. I wonder if that's the same one. Surely not. Reddit always advises people to have only mining and only pick up bismuth for nullstone proc. Smart people. I mean, I hate to say it, but there is actually some logic in that. Considering the only thing that really, the thing that sets you apart from making 20k an hour and 60k an hour is and has been nullstones. And for whilst that was the case, that wasn't necessarily a terrible strategy. Optimizing the amount of bismuth nodes you could tap per hour at the cost of everything else was still probably a net positive. You are flying? Of course I'm flying. Stupid game. But now I think you're able to have enough knowledge points where you could have easily filled most of the trees. I've put points in silly places on this dude, but just because I wanted 60 points in here so I didn't have to get dismounted. This is not necessary, especially if you're a druid. If you put all the points into Plethora of Ore, you could probably have all of these done by now. In fact, I can almost guarantee you would, because you get one of these nodes for free by getting your books. If you hadn't put 60 points in here, that's another one of those nodes filled. And if I hadn't started putting points in here, that would be good progress on this last one. Plus, you know, a few weeks of knowledge point books and stuff. Plus, yeah. In fact, I'm almost sure that mathematically right now it's possible to have this entire tree filled, which is why nullstones are now dropping in price pretty rapidly, because people can just fly around and tap every single node and have, you know, people are starting to report some pretty high numbers on the amount of nullstones they get because of that. And the catch-up system is a blessing and a curse in that regard. Because previously in Dragonflight, you would hold on. If you had done that and you were keeping on top of it, you'd hold on to that advantage for quite a while. The catch-up system, because we've got it in the game basically instantly, means that me, a player that picked up herbalism and mining on this character 6 hours ago, is now able to, in theory, farm at the same rate and the same performance as somebody that's been doing it since day one of the expansion. Which means it's very, very quick to ramp up a new character to get in the big leagues, should we say. Catch up is, you know, it's a tale of two stories. Everybody screams and cries about the fact that there wasn't a catch-up system, but it was the lack of a catch-up system that made stuff profitable in many cases. And we'll start seeing that really kick in the next few weeks. When people who maybe, you know, maybe they did a bit of farming in the first few weeks of the expansion, then the season came out, and they went off and they played they played, you know, they did their Mythic Plus, they did their raid and stuff and whatever. Now they're sort of ramping down a little bit and they're going to come back to herbing, mining and whatever. And they're going to be like, where did all the gold go? I was making 80,000 gold an hour previously. Now I'm making 20. What's going on? Oh, and let's just instantly blame the bots. It's as much of the catch-up system as anything. Hang on, the wife's calling. Please hold. Alrighty. Sorry, we're back. Wife wanted to know what we wanted to eat today. What's crazy about gathering this expansion is that it's actually worth for people to refine the herbs. Well, that's more of a byproduct of the way crafting works more than anything else. When you must use quality 3 materials to mass produce quality 3 items, it creates a scenario where the main demand and the main focus is on the top
Is
materials.
that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
While simultaneously
Both,
Blizzard
I
made them more difficult to obtain by gathering naturally, so you have to look at refining them. And the demand is still good enough that the refinement is still not always, but occasionally worth doing. Oh god, I'm gonna go boom. Oh, I didn't go boom. Oh, maybe because I'm swimming. Lol. Me's grind with a 23. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. You've admittedly caught the tail end of the stream, but I appreciate it. Hope you're well. I'm not gonna be live for too much longer because I'm hungry. You can't really catch up in a reasonable time in the crafting professions. About 6 knowledge points per day. For gathering, it takes like 30 to 40 hours of consistent farming to get the points. No, it doesn't. No, it absolutely doesn't. I've nearly caught up 100% with herbalism and mining in about 6 hours. I did about 2 hours of farming last night to get this character up and running. And I've done however long it's taken me on stream today. It doesn't take anywhere near that long to catch up gathering. You can catch up gathering in an afternoon. Or at least you can right now. Obviously every week it's going to take a little bit longer if you're starting fresh. As the bar moves. When do I head to the ski house for the winter? We haven't actually booked anything for next winter. We have plans to go skiing again next winter, but that will probably be March, maybe April. We haven't made any plans yet, though. When's good ski time? Well, it depends. In Finland, very up north, you got to remember that's like so up north. It's Arctic Circle level up north, and so the biggest problem is actually that it's too cold. So February, March, April are probably the key seasons. Some of the big ski resorts start opening up at the end of October. They're opening up like very soon because you get a little bit of early season going in. Then when the depths of winter kicks in and it like drops to -30, it puts most people off doing it. Then the latter part of winter is usually good again for skiing and the likes. Yeah, January, March sort of sounds about right. The north of Finland is a bit more north, so it's delayed a little bit because it's hyper cold. Do you log and move to spreadsheets all of your ski runs? Well, I'm not actually very big on skiing. If I do any of that sort of scenario, I'll snowboard. But I don't even do that too much now. My knees are absolutely fucked from years of playing football as a younger human. So I'll do a you know, I might do a day or two of snowboarding, but I'm not on the slopes doing anything particularly silly. Imagine not wanting to go out at -30. I know, imagine it, right? What? Go out in this weather that could literally kill you within 45 minutes? Why wouldn't you want to do that? The after ski is the best. Agreed. There's a reason why they put a bar halfway down the slope as well. I'll take the ski lift up, fall with style halfway down to the ski bar, get some Dutch courage in me, and then fall the rest of the way. Oh, I really should be picking up these wax piles, but I'm feeling so close to the finish line now. We've got 20 to go. 20 knowledge points to go. You should ski in the German Alps, Bavaria. I'm sure it's lovely, but I don't need to when we have a ski place up north in Finland. So I'm already there. Admittedly, the wife prefers to drive when we go up north. I can't say I'm so much of a fan of that. I would rather we either just fly. The problem with flying is we can't take our dogs. But I would also, I'm planning on this year if we go skiing, maybe putting the car on a train overnight and doing it that way. It's a touch more expensive, but it means you don't have to waste an entire day driving. You live in Finland? I thought you were from the UK. Oh, I'm very English, but I live in Finland. It's incredible how frequently that comes up, actually. It's a safe assumption though, because of course my accent kind of gives my nationality away. Not that my accent, I've never believed my accent to be very strong, but I think I have a relatively neutral English accent. There's definitely more defined accents in the UK. You're British. These days I kind of say I'm Brit-ish. I've adapted to the Finnish climate and the way of life very strongly. Oh, we keep getting these deep grove roots. I only need 3 more. Flipping, gonna have to turn off herbalism soon. Mining, you need to hurry up. Or, in other words, there needs to be more mining nodes. Oh my god, another one. Train from Helsinki to anywhere north in Finland is stupid cheap relative to American rail. Oh yeah, under normal circumstances the trains are not too bad. It's more the fact that if you try to put a car on a train, there's only limited spots, and so they're quite more expensive. I always respond with unfortunately when asked if I'm British. Yeah, I'm British by birth. Fun fact, though, I am technically half South African because my mum did get pregnant on a 6-month vacation in South Africa, but then chose to come back to the UK to have, to have me. So I could have just as easily been South African. And if my biological father would ever like to find out who I am, I will respond very simply with he owes me 30 plus birthday presents and Christmas presents. That's his barrier to entry. Otherwise he can fuck off, I don't care. It's quite simple. We're in front on herbalism until switched from Dawn till Hallowfall, then went ahead by 14 with mining, finished 2 behind on herbalism after going back to Dawn, ended on 1,080 Artisan security. Oh, so yeah, you've literally been doing the same, I see. Nice. Oh, now Streamlabs starts to turn up in Team YouTube. Okay. In fact, okay, sure. I'm your dad and will send you 30 plus presents as golden. Wow. Keep it. I've got enough. Right, 2 more deep grove roots, 13 more null silvers. Please change bots soon. Just get Nightbot. Yeah, I think I might. Streamlabs is pissing me off. He either doesn't work at all, or when he does work, he spams far more frequently than I tell him to. I can't remember why I was using Streamlabs in the first place. I think it's because I looked at Streamlabs for like skins. They had the Streamlabs premium thing that I signed up for once upon a time. And of course, I just have never changed it. No Bruto, so Manthi's rubbing the love rocket in our faces. Yep. Feel the romance. We had a Geordie in the guild, even other Brits couldn't understand him half the time. I mean, we had several Scouse, a Scottish and Irish, and even a guy from Dudley. That sounds like the start of a really bad joke. But yeah, I can picture that. Could check out streamer.bot. Thor speaks highly of. Mr. Pirate Software himself is usually not terrible with his suggestions. Integrates with Twitch, YouTube, OBS, Studio. Lots of plugins and good stuff. Quinn. P.S. I didn't get paid to write this. It's really just that poggers. I've been around the block when it comes to software that lets you interact with Twitch chat on a deeper level. And in my opinion, if you're willing to put in the time to set it up, nothing else comes close to this with the broadness of what you can do. Level of customization and utility that streamer.bot provides. Absolutely would not be able to run my stream without streamer.bot and speaker.bot. The amount of functionality provided for free led me to make it unfree by supporting them on Patreon. Interesting. I'll look at that in a bit later. Yeah, because Streamlabs can fuck right off these days. Half the time it doesn't even work, and half the time when it does work, it's terrible. I don't know what's up with British people, that they're always ashamed of being British, but I swear 99% of friends I've made playing games are British, and they're the nicest people ever. Well, I think it all stems from the fact that, at least through Europe, through most of Europe, we have a relatively poor reputation. And this stems from the fact that we're just absolute assholes on holiday. Secondly, it's not the fact that we're ashamed of ourselves, it's that we're somewhat ashamed of the country. The state that it's in right now is just absolutely ridiculous. Without getting overly political about things, the country's run by fucking morons, and has been for quite some time. And it was recently described... and I consider this to be relatively accurate, that the United Kingdom now is basically London with a port, you know, it's London with a poor surrounding, right? The only affluent place in the entire country is London. Outside of London, the rest of the country is an absolute fucking mess, with a few minor exceptions. Oh my god, I only need one more deep grove roots. We are nearly about to turn off herbalism in favour of only picking up ore nodes. Piers Morgan would agree. Oh, please don't make any correlations between me and Piers Morgan. Holy. That guy's on another level of stupid. Could also be something to do with invading 171 of them. Oh, let it go. We gave them back eventually. Yeah. Look, I can't take responsibility for what my ancestors did. The state of the roads are a disgrace. If you can't fix the roads, then there's no hope. True that. True that. If you become a Finnish citizen, you'll get your choice of different morons instead. I think this is just a worldwide dilemma at the moment, that most people tend to disagree with the people who are in charge, which is a problematic political position for nearly the entire globe to be in. Because if you lose trust in your leaders, then surely it's a downward spiral, right? But I don't know. I try to keep politics out of the stream because it's depressing, even thinking about it half the time. People play video games, people escape to different corners of the internet to get away from all of that bullshit. I'd rather not bring it back front and center. Oh, dinged 78. Moving up in the world. And that was our last deep grove route. That was the last time I technically need to pick up a herb. I'm 12 null silver behind, though. Now I have a decision to make, because at level 78, I can probably get to level 80 just by enchanting and jewel crafting, leveling them up. So I don't really need the extra experience from gathering anymore. So I don't really technically need to be picking up any herbs at all. I could, in theory, turn off tracking for herbs and then pretend I don't see them, you know, just look away. I should probably also spend some talent points, really. One of you, one of you, one of you, one of you, one of you. As that would allow me to get these last 12 null silvers sort of ASAP. Yeah, I'm going to get distracted by the shinies. Let's turn off tracking herbs. So in theory, I don't see them. I also don't seem to have a potion on the go. Which would have probably helped quite a lot. I would love to reach to the point where you're at when I'm farming on WoW. I usually have the news live streaming on my second monitor. Yeah, I think that's news is one of the like, I have a very different opinion on this sort of stuff. When it comes to outer worldly politics, I've learned over the years that most of it is just doom and gloom. And as technology's got greater, news is faster. And the news that travels the fastest is usually the worst of the news. So I very sparingly watch the news or keep up with worldly events. And this is directly by choice. And it puts me in a position where I don't think I'm really bothered by half of this stuff most of the time. And I think we have a cultural problem these days of that we are bombarded by not good news. We are bombarded by bad news. And that's got to have a psychological toll on people. And so I choose to try and ignore it. If there's something that's good news that I should really know about, I'll find out. And if and as and when I do look at tracking the news, I'm very cautious to make sure if there's any story I'm interested in, that I get a multitude of, you know, multitude of different outlets reports on it, because you'll always spot anomalies in what's reported and what's not reported, and it's all very very much designed to persuade your opinion in one way or another these days. Hang on, what we can do now actually is learn the rest of these deep grove roots. That's the last of our herbalism points. God, we had 9 random points, okay. Spending that doesn't really matter because we're probably not going to pick up any herbs anymore, but... Let's get political. Vote for pineapple on pizza. Now, that is something I would vote strongly against. Let's make that very clear. If you put pineapple up on a pizza, you have some big issues. Another null silver. Should have just focused on these from the word go, shouldn't we? You monster. Pineapple and anchovies? I'd actually go as far as to say I'm more on board with anchovies than I am pineapple. Yeah, way to split the room there. I mean, you could have said something along the lines of Horde versus Alliance. You know, made it an easy choice. Ten out of 10 people have something to complain about. 1 out of 10 people have something worth sharing. By those metrics, is it any wonder you only ever see bad news? Your opinion about my pizza is irrelevant unless we are sharing it. Then I'll consider your opinion. Otherwise, why would I care what goes? Why would you care what goes on my pizza? Yeah, we're not sharing. Hands off. Get off. It's mine. No, I don't necessarily need to have any opinion on what goes on your pizza, but what you put on your pizza is very telling about you as a person. I can see that clearly if you're putting pineapple on a pizza, if that wiring has not been correctly developed in your brain, what else is also not correctly developed in your brain? Because surely that can't, you know, if that's the chances of that being the only fault, whew, very slim, very slim. Pineapple on a pizza is the gateway drug. You start putting pineapple on a pizza, before you know it, adultery, murder. It's all just a matter of time. The signs are there. Just follow the footsteps. And for the sake of clarity, this is all a joke, by the way, before you clip it and ship it and take it out of context. I'll wait for the tweet apology once live stream fails picks it up. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Nine to go. We are in single digit numbers now, boys and girls. Single digit territory. It's taken quite some time. But it's even though it has taken some time, I still probably think in the grand scheme of things, it's very worthwhile doing. Because your alternative is to level up by doing dungeons, or running delves, or questing. Most of the alternatives for leveling are not going to give you 1,000+ artisan security. And are probably not likely to also make you a bunch of gold at the same time. I say bunch of gold because I have in no way, shape or form calculated the value of our haul here, but there's another one. One down. 8 to go. Oh, I thought we were safe there. Bingo. what was the phrase the kid said in Jurassic World? I ride motorbikes through the woods with dinosaurs. We are not compatible. Makes sense. Ah, despawned on me. Damn you. Yo, it's definitely a life hack turning off the herb nodes, though. Not had the inclination to pick up a single herb node since we did that. Perfect. No chance of wasting our time on herbs. The opportunity cost in me is absolutely screaming right now, but it's fine. Whoa, 5 quality 3 bismuth. That was a win. What is Q3 bismuth right now? 150 gold apiece? It's no nullstone, but we'll take it. If you were doing this on a druid, by the way, you would be smart to, like, pump this tree. If you were doing it on a druid, pump this tree. The fact that I put 60 points in here was entirely because I wanted to not get dismounted while I did this. And the reason I put points in here is just because by that point it doesn't matter. I had so few of them. But if you just pump all of the points you get whilst doing this into that first tree, you'll actually probably make this double, triple, maybe even quadruple as valuable to you. Druids can't mine while shapeshift, only gathering herbs. Yeah, but you've got instant flight form, so it's basically the same. Problematic if you get in combat, sure, but let's go the scenic route. Let's go round this way. Oh, unless there's a crystallized iron claw. $1,100 artisan security from this so far as well. Not entirely sure exactly how much enchanting is worth by itself right now, but I suspect that we're probably the best part of 1,500, 1,800 by the time we do enchanting as well. Now, I originally contemplated doing skinning as well in this little shuffle, but the reality is I don't think I want to. I don't think I'm going to. Even though it is an advantage to do it. If you were to, weirdly actually thinking about this, if you were to do skinning, you'd probably be best off doing it first at level 70. Because then you'd be Omega OP whilst doing it. Because you'd have the level 70 OP, you know, if you saying you've got reasonable gear, that is. Hop into a 2x4, it's super fast. Well, or doing that at 80, I suppose. Not a single ore node on that entire island. Game's rigged. Do I have my own Discord server, Mr. Manthias? I absolutely do. It's in the description. Oh, screw that one. Oh, I accidentally picked up a herb. Bad me. There's one more. 6 to go. Woof, getting there. This coastline's pretty good, you know. People are killing the creatures here. Yeah, I don't want any of that though. Don't go boom, don't go boom, don't go boom, don't go boom. Damn. Son of a... He's tapping it from a mile away. He's going to be there for a week. Oh, I spotted a herb. If you spot it, you should pick it up. Oh, quality 3 Myco Bloom. I'll take it. How long have we... Oh my god, I've been streaming nearly 5 hours. No wonder I'm hungry. There's part of me that might... Although tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I'm sure there's part of this process that people are more interested in seeing is me setting up Enchanting, but I'm not sure if I got time today. Once we got these last 6. These last 6 flipping null silvers. My dogs are already telling me it's time to go out for a walk. And I accidentally said the W word, apparently. Dog, you're gonna get the RSPCA called on me. What up? Not looking. Such a drama queen. Oh no, I don't want to get bead. We are not getting bead. That would put us in a sticky situation. I think I'm very aware of why we were so far behind on our null silvers, by the way. There's herbs flipping all over the place compared to the ore nodes. Hello? Yes, I know I'm flying. In fairness, I've also done all of this without following any sort of route or I've literally just randomly flown about. I've tried to keep this as non-optimized as possible. Is it non-optimized, unoptimized? I think they're both technically correct. I use those two interchangeably though. Where's my English grammar police?
Excavating here might be dangerous, but unraveling the Earthen's past and decoding the Titan's designs
Stay asleep,
is
stay asleep,
crucial.
stay asleep. Why didn't you stay asleep? Stay asleep, stay asleep, stay asleep. Son of a... Inefficient. Inefficiently is probably a better use of the word. It is a better word to use, yeah. Right, we've got 6 null silvers, and I've got 11 minutes on my vial. That means I need 1 null silver every 2 minutes. I don't want to have to pop another potion. I almost think, you know, I think we need to switch flight style just to get this done. Last quick little blast here. Oh God. Vigor feels weird now. Don't like it. I've acclimatized to the old ways. Ringing Deeps has more mines than Dornogor. Yeah, Ringing Deeps is actually full of them. Probably be a better place to go. Oh, you son of a... 5 to go. The end is in sight. I genuinely can't remember the last time I did 5 hours of farming in a go. I thank you for those who have stuck through this little adventure. I was not expecting it to take this long, but nearly never do I expect these things to take that long. And then I remember who's doing them. We can cover some ground a bit faster though this way. And if we ain't going to stop for herbs, we might as well just pump. Need something a little bit more upbeat for the last 5. Do we reckon there's enough experience in leveling, enchanting, and getting first-time crafts in enchanting to get to 80 now? I reckon there probably is, you know. Considering all of my other characters have got to like 72, 73, 74 just by doing their professions, surely there must be. Wait, hang on, that's not an ore. They really need to buff the knowledge treasures. I don't overly like them, but there is part of me that likes the fact that they take a little bit of time. Because it's a chore now, but it's a chore that some people are willing to just not bother doing because they take quite a while. If you increase the drop chance, then you're going to feel exponentially more stupid if you choose not to do them, which is just as much of a problem as them taking a long time in the first place. Is my view on it. It's kind of it's a little bit backwards logic, but at least right now when I know they take ages to get, sometimes they can take me 10 minutes, sometimes they can take me half an hour. I don't feel that bad for not bothering to do them. Because I know I'm tangibly saving up to half an hour by not doing them. But if I know they only take 5 minutes, then I absolutely have to do it on every character. Come on, 4 more. 4 more is nothing. 4 more is like the weekly mining activity. Not even. Not even. We got 7 minutes on this potion. We can do maximum zooms now. Some of them take 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, I mean, if you're really unlucky, it's taken me half an hour before. But that's to do 2 professions. Wait, that's a herb. That's not an ore. Do it every week on 24 crafters. Last week it took me over 15 hours. Jesus. Yeah, see. This is why on a bunch of characters I just don't do them. But I equally, like I said, I don't feel too bad for not doing them when I know they can take so flipping long to do. And it's 2 knowledge points. I'm like, well, I'll get some catch up eventually to cover that. I'm way past the point in this expansion where I care about being that efficient with my knowledge points. It was, unless you are still chasing something, like rank 3 alchemical chaos flasks or something. That's probably the only thing anybody's possibly chasing at this point, right? What's that, 240, 260 knowledge points to guarantee them? I'm sure the chase is still on to get those. But I also have a sneaky suspicion any of the alchemists that exploited have probably already got them. Yeah, for the most part, I'm done with chasing and min-maxing knowledge points. I'm at the position with most of my characters where my main build is done. Now it's just sort of spreading into secondary markets. So I don't think it's quite as crucial to get those 2 bonus knowledge points. Unless, of course, like with Enchanting, you have to do them before you get any catch-up points, which is mighty frustrating. But the catch-up is so good with Enchanting that just do it once a month. Don't do it every week.
Confounded Nerubians are still lurking around my meadery. Clear them out before they steal my cinder brew.
I think I've had 20 ore nodes and I've not had a null silver now. What's going on? Game. Don't do this to me. I'm so close to the end. Oh, that's flipping guarded. Four to go. What's the best to put on herbing and mining tools? Resourcefulness to get more. Gathering doesn't have resourcefulness, Jack. You probably want perception on mining, because it will increase your chance of getting null stones. Finesse, I believe, is considered the better one for herbalism, because it just gets you more. Because null lotus aren't quite as lucrative. I think. Oh, come on, game. 4 more. I'm going to have to use another potion, aren't I, to get these last 4. 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes left on my potion. 2 imperfect null stones, though. Could have done with them being full ones. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? That would have been a nice way to have ended this adventure. With a double null stone proc. This has highlighted to me, actually, though, that speccing correctly is still a thing with herbing and mining. We're still early enough in the expansion that it's entirely possible for you to have just specced wrong and for there to be nothing you can do about it. And that the quote-unquote right way of doing things is all the points in here. It's weird, because I play this game so goddamn much. Like, It feels like we've had the War Within for months at this point. But I kind of forget that I played it for 3 months, 4 months before it launched. In my head, I'm up to like nearly the 6-month mark with this game. Which is why I'm looking forward to a Factorio break next week. Right. 17 seconds on this flask. Come on, game. Do this to me. Right, another potion it is. I said I didn't want to do this. Where's he gone? Have I run out of them? No. Oh, come on, game. This is not fair now. This is the problem when you get close to the finish line. Maybe I should start picking up herbs again. You know, much like when you break up with an ex and don't want to break up. You're like, oh, I don't need you. No, I'm fine without you. I don't need you. And then they come running back. Maybe we do the same with these null silvers. Start picking up herbs. Remind the null silvers what we really mean to them. Double node. Oh, the wife's calling me again. Hang on, please hold. Okay, sorry, we're back. Wife had some thoughts on that comment about breaking up with an ex and not wanting to. Well, you don't tell him that's what you're doing. That's where you've gone wrong. Rookie move. Give the secrets away. It's like telling people what profitable markets you're in. Ludicrous decision. Keep that shit to yourself. Don't you know the Goblin code? Only share your markets when you've exhausted them. Dog called the Wi-Fi. Maybe. Look, if these 4 null silvers would turn up fast enough. Where's the ore gone? Oh god, this one's not gonna be fun, is it? Oh, and I'm out of vigor. This is why I don't like using dragon riding. How do I actually replace the stats of my profession tools when I'm not in a guild? In a very riskily, you are either going to need an alt that has it that you can do it yourself with, or find somebody that can. I probably wouldn't do public recrafts if I'm honest. Now, I would probably suggest joining the guild, Jack, because then there's a bunch of people that could probably do it for you. Oh no, I'm gonna go boom. How are you handling potion flask crafting? Any mass production of stuff I've basically stopped doing right now. I have this kind of very much dip in, make bank, dip out kind of approach to goal making these days. The first couple of weeks or whatever, I'll go pretty ham on that sort of stuff. But as it stands right now, the margins are too skinny for me to want to bother with. It's not that there's not gold to be made, it's just that you have to work significantly harder than you did only a few weeks ago to achieve half the results. Oh, there's a node. Buying during the week when prices are low and then selling on reset day. Well, that fundamentally is just, you know, flipping at that point. There's nothing to say you couldn't do that without even having the profession in the first place. This is where when it comes to the point where the competition is so high and the margins are so skinny that you're in essence just flipping, is usually when I call it a day. If there's no added value from the you actually using the profession, there's not actually that much need to do it. You could just as easily buy the potions and flasks cheap during the week and then sell the potions and flasks on reset day if they go up. But most people see the risk in that. Yet, for some reason, people don't see the same risk in doing it with the materials and then crafting, even though the risk is exactly the same. And with alchemy being the most, probably the most competitive market out there, it's not worth my time or effort anymore. We'll keep things ticking. I keep things ticking over on my alchemists. What I want to make sure, I'm in the position to be able to guarantee rank 3 alchemical chaos flasks before the next season launch. But that's really my only requirement. And that's so that I can, you know, hoover up a bunch of materials when I feel that they've bottomed out. And then we can make some potions or whatever, or just sell the herbs back or whatever works the best once the time comes. Right, we got 3 null silvers to go. We've got 1 of them. These last 3 are evading me. You don't even have a command for the crafting guild? I did at some point. It probably just wasn't guild. It's publicly listed though. If you search for no refunds in the guild finder, you'll spot it. Oh, assuming you're probably Alliance, aren't you? If it's Alliance, it's a little bit more difficult. You need an actual direct invite. Because Blizzard haven't fixed that yet. we go. There's 1. 2 to go. Or do I risk getting bead? I'm not going to risk getting bead. That's not worth dying.
Those confounded Nerubians are still lurking around my meadery. Clear them out before they steal my cinder brew.
Oh, 2 nodes there. Go on. Go on. At least give me 1. At least give me 1. Oh, no. That's the worst thing that could happen. It despawned. Auction house gets a triple dip cut from flipping. Well, nowadays, nowadays it's probably smart to... oh, well, there's no intermediates on herbs, is there really? But if you want to do flasks properly and you want to do alchemy properly, something else you probably want to look at getting set up so that you're not paying anybody else a premium at any point in the process is get a jewel crafter who's as min-max as possible at making the vials. That's going to require a heavy shaping spec'd jewel crafter with obviously the fuller complement of blue tools to do it. So you can take ore, prospect what you need, make your vials as you need, without lining anybody else's pockets in the process. Where the hell is this node? Here it is. 1 more null silver. We're nearly there. Nearly there. Every node is a potential final node. There it is! There's our final null silvers. 1,155 Artisan security. Level 70 to 78. Probably 7 hours so far. Plus the gold value of everything that's in our bags right now. All we now need to do is level up Enchanting. Which, I've done it plenty of times, shouldn't take me too long. Although, actually making Dark Moon decks and then disenchanting them all is going to take flipping ages.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Right, yeah, 1,155 Artisan security. Let's sell all the goodies.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Right, what have we got in here that we can plunder? Get rid of you. Yes, doggo. I know. We'll go out in a minute. You're baiting me. Gotta be careful on here. Flipping absolute scumbag Andes over here. Alright, if it's not nailed down, it gets sold right now. And that will give us a little bit of an indication to how much all of this was potentially worth. I'm going to make sure I post things at competitive prices so that anything is not totally skewed. Some weird random items we picked up, you know. Clearly it's all of the wax piles I'd picked up as well. Rank 3 microblooms, like 20 gold a piece, holy shit. This is the thing, as soon as you stop mass producing things, you take your eyes off the prices. Okay, that's nearly everything posted. So, how much does that actually equate to? 35 sold, 100k. 100k of stuff. Really not there, you know, super duper not mega competitive in terms of gold per hours. But 100k is 100k, right? We leveled a dude to 78 and we made 100k whilst doing it. You do this 3 times and there's your month of game time. Before you do anything else with these characters. You got to look at it from that perspective, right? 100k may not be the, you know, the best thing you've ever seen, but it's 100k that you might not have had if you chose to level from some other method, you know? What I now need to do is I now need to drop these 2 professions. We need to go get Enchanting. And then figure out what I need to level up Enchanting. I will do my best to buy materials and not use materials at the war bank.
Work cycle interrupted.
Yeah.
May the
I'll do my best to not cheese it with war bank materials. Let's in order to not cheese it with war bank materials, let's buy a few things I know I'm clearly gonna need. I'm clearly going to need... Oh, I can't see the spec trees, of course I can't. Whatever these need, I'm going to need Q2 of a lot of this stuff, plus viridescent spores.
I have an extended supply of
Buy a
goods for
few
outlanders.
bits and pieces. Where's it gone?
My directive is to serve you.
I'm going to need probably 25, if not 50 of these. We'll buy extras and we'll just sell what we don't use. Viridescent spores, let's assume about 50 of those. Storm dust, we're going to need storm dust Q2 to do most of these. And storm dust at Q2 is probably the smartest to use anyway. 5 times 25 plus whatever we need by leveling. Should we just buy 300 to begin with? We can always buy more if we need it. In theory, actually, we need quite a lot more storm dust for leveling purposes. Maybe I buy 300 of the cheap stuff as well. Am I going to need any shards or anything for the purpose of leveling up? I don't think we really do. We might need some crystals from time to time. We'll have a look in a minute. We are going to want some enchanting equipment. Even though it's very temporarily. Do we very temporarily want them? Because we're likely to set up blue tools almost instantly. I guess we kind of do if they're cheap enough. Enchanting. Oh yeah, they're not that expensive, are they? Runed bismuth rod. Let's grab... Oh, the light one with resourcefulness. There we go. That'll pay for itself after a few procs. Weaver cloth hats. These are all the same, so buy one of those.
Return
Right,
and
that's
peruse my
maybe,
inventory
possibly,
again.
probably everything we need to level up enchanting. Put that on. Put that on. Put that on. Is the resourcefulness enchant like super cheap?
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
It's only 1200 gold.
My thanks for your patronage.
We've just made 100 in the last few hours from gathering, so I don't mind spending a little bit to get this process up and running. You're doing gathering to get the metal for the professions? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It gave us 1,155, which will mean that once we've done enchanting fully through, we'll have, like, boatloads. And we can buy our enchanting books straight away. Do the catch-up for enchanting straight away. We should probably fly around and pick up all of this stuff, actually. That's probably first on the list. We need to go out and pick up some treasures. We're going to wombo this with jewel crafting, so maybe we pick jewel crafting up as well.
We are the Titan's bedrock and foundation. May Rook nor
So
Ram
when we go out and
take
get some
you
treasures,
far.
we can get the jewel crafting ones as well. Do I maybe start with that? I think we maybe start with that. Let's get that out of the way. Now, we don't get Artisan's acuity from these treasures, but we need the knowledge points all the same. 1, 2. Where do we get the knowledge point books? City of Dornogal. Hallowfall. Remind me in Hallowfall to pick up the book, because otherwise I forget. I'm more interested to see if we ding level 80 off doing this, you know. If we can ding level 80 off this as well, that's like a win.
Excavating here might
Like
be
a big
dangerous,
win.
but unraveling the Earthen's past and decoding the Titan's design
That's actually the
is crucial.
digging level 80 on this is probably the thing that makes it more important for me to do than anything else, really, because it's then one thing I don't have to do in the future. If you can get the leveling done while setting it up at the same time, sure, it's time consuming now, but it'll, you know, time spent now is time saved in the future. Alright, let's head down to the Ringing Deeps. Open the warbank on the second account, log back in. No accidental warbank usage. Make that annoying system work for you for a change. That's actually really clever. Yeah, that's really smart. We'll do that. Yes. Can you share the XP bar? Been looking for it for ages, can't find it anywhere. Yep. Oh, it crashed. I instinctively went down this way. I've done this a few times. I vaguely remember where these are.
We need you to mount a defense.
One of you, one of you. I think they're both over here, aren't they? One's here. Where's the other one? This way somewhere? Oh yeah, it's in the cave. Excuse me, coming through. Don't mind me. Okay, we're gonna have to kill you. Gonna have to die. It's weird how it's quicker to kill you. I kinda like Ret Paladin, you know. Oh, what do we get? Upgrade. Massive upgrade. Worth.
Someone didn't get the message.
Oh, you spelled to XP, not experience. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Like Curse Forge, for example, finding add-ons is like the worst search system I think I've ever found. Like, it's got no sensibility to it at all. If you don't spell the add-on exactly the way the add-on author wrote it, it won't find it. Pretends it doesn't exist. It's like, you absolute donut. Right, let's fly over to Hallowfall. While I'm flying to Hallowfall, I can log... Oh, actually. Let's log out of here. Hang on, can we do it in this building? I don't know why I chose to do this now. Is this a rested area? It is. Beautiful. Let's log this account back on. Okay, it's broken. Give this warband access. That way I can't accidentally use warbank materials. What, you're going to spec into jewel crafting for concentrate? Well, yeah, this is enchanting first, jewel crafting second. The CurseForge app doesn't update my craft sim. I have to do it manually. I've noticed that because I've also got the Wago updater for the weak auras, that seems to conflict with CurseForge very aggressively. So much so that I'm willing to uninstall the Wago updater. Because my problems only started when I installed that. So if you also have the Wago updater, it could be that. CurseForge worked perfectly for me before I installed a second one alongside it. Right, this account should now not have warband access, which is very deliberate. There's a specific weak auras companion which only does the weak auras, not the Wago add-ons. Oh, okay. I might need to re-investigate. Right, 87 shimmering dust, which means I probably need to buy 87 Dark Moon cards. Plus the weeklies, plus we got treasures to do. I know, doggo, it's nearly dinner time, isn't it? I'm spending way too much time playing video games. Come here. Right. While I'm flying, take the dog for a pee. I'll be back in 2. Okie dokie. Right. Where did we get to? Oh, I needed the book, didn't I?
We must
The
prepare
first thing
for
to do out
Bellador's
here.
shift.
Jewel crafting book.
Always be prepared.
These are over here. Some. Oh, one's up this way. You're getting all epic blue tools for enchanting or for jewel crafting. Predominantly, artisan security will get spent on enchanting, because right now that's where the money's at. And any artisan security gains over the next few weeks and months can go into jewel crafting. Jewel crafting is supplementary. That's the plan, at least, anyway. Two threes, one more over here somewhere. And then we fly down into Spider Zone. And one thing I'm not going to bother doing on these is buy the Kej books, because I think I've got better uses for Kej than on knowledge points for concentration alts.
Greetings, outsider. Stay yellow.
Was the idea on this toon to see if you could level with gathering whilst getting artisan security and then using gold from that for the professions? Yeah, a wombo combo of things, really. Leveling, getting a bunch of artisan security, leveling enchanting basically to bis in one day, and preferably having some gold left over if possible. On a fresh remix alt. It takes time. This is one of those things that is time consuming, but once it's alt army sort of stuff is all about once it's done, it's done. There's usually a big upfront investment, and I'm in a position where I don't actually have that many alts, and so I can afford to spend more time on each alt. Whereas if you've got 50 alts right now, you just need to get the professions on them as soon as possible, because every day you're losing thousands and thousands of concentration. And whilst the concentration is worth money, you probably want to get to it quickly. But I've only got like 3 or 4 more characters on this account that haven't been set up, and about 5 or 6 on my second account that I've done nothing with so far. So I'm not super flush for like alts. So I'm in no rush. I can go a little bit slower, a little bit more steady. Do a little bit of a mini shuffle, get them leveled up at the same time, you know, tick a few boxes in one go. If you've watched any of Zanzafall recently, you'll have seen him absolutely blasting his alts into getting them leveled up and pumping huge amounts of alts into concentration builds. But he's got loads of alts to work through, so that's the best approach for him. It doesn't work quite the same for me because I don't have quite so many alts. I'm a little bit happy to spend a little bit more time on each one. Right, grab these 2. Then we need to find some treasures. We need to do the weekly stuff for enchanting before we can get the shimmering dust. Whilst we're at it, we can get the treasures for jewel crafting as well. No. Click the gem on the table. There we go. Where is it? There it is. Right, is that the last one? That's the last one of those. Oh, we still got 4 minutes on a Hearthstone. I wasn't expecting that. How'd you get back up to the Isle of Dawn? Oh, you have to go all the way to the Weaver's Lair. Ooh, gross. Okay. I need the Enchanting book from City of Dornogal. And then we can start leveling the professions, I reckon. We do some treasures, actually. Is treasures the next smart thing? Yeah, let's do treasures. Wait, hang on. Where's all my vigor gone?
With an empty stomach, a Ramolith has one directive: to eat. Help guide this one's hunger into a
Right, now I do need to
constructive
find the wax
activity.
blobs. I was ignoring them for the last few hours. Now I actually need to pick them up. This better not take me half an hour now. This better be nice and quick. I want to find all of these treasures double time. Don't screw me, game. Be friendly. Wow, I've not found a single one yet. That little app usually guarantees me 2 or 3, and I've not found a single one. There's one. Right, I want all 4 from here, please. Not a single one. Never lucky. Best combo for purely concentration alts, enchanting, jawn crafting. Zan was doing enchanting tailoring, but I don't think tailoring's that good. I accidentally stumbled across jawn craft. Well, for me, jawn crafting is just a profession I love, and I know it very well. And so I also thought that with the gem dust, quality 2, quality 3 gem dust, there's quite a price difference between those 2 materials. And I also kind of sense that there probably will be for quite a while, which is why I've gone enchanting jawn crafting on a bunch of my alts. Probably for a similar reason as why Zanzafon went tailoring. He's just comfortable with tailoring. It's also got the backup option of the fact that bolts are, you know, the time delayed bolts that we know so well from Dragonflight are still a thing. So even if the concentration side of it is not super lucrative, logging on, crafting a bunch of bolts might still turning them into bags or whatever. Still alt army-esque usage, even if it's not directly concentration. It's good that people do different things, though. You got to remember that, like, as soon as everybody does the exact same thing, the market just gets flooded super quick. So it's kind of good that people spread out a little bit. This is why on my second account I'm gonna use probably alchemy and tailoring, just because I don't want. Although enchanting's really good right now, I don't want all of my characters to have enchanting, because then if enchanting dies, then you know, every character's bricked. And I kind of think that enchanting is quite susceptible to getting absolutely nuked into the floor, given enough time, because it's so easy to set up. And secondly, it's so easy to catch up. We mentioned earlier how catch-up systems are a bit kiss-curse. It's nice that you can catch up very quickly, it's nice that you can
Excavating here
catch
might
up
be
to others,
dangerous,
but you've also got to
but
remember that others can
unraveling
catch
the
up to you
Earthen's
as well.
past and decoding the
There's
Titan's designs is
rarely
crucial.
much, you know, much difference between the players if there's a quick and easy catch-up system. Plus this dude's blood elf, which, you know, also kind of naturally helps with concentration enchanting build. Ha! Tinderbox. I'd have gone crazy for that last week. Now, not so much. Tailoring's at a loss with concentration, horrible, but there might be secret tech in the future. Well, spell threads is where you can potentially make some money, but because the options are so slim, there's like one option. You make spell threads, and there's only 2 versions of spell threads. So from a this is what will happen with these concentration builds. Is that they're lucrative now, they're profitable now because there's still demand for the item and not many people are doing it yet. And they're still expensive to make it quality 3 guaranteed. The most risky market is a profitable one. Because everybody flocks to the thing that makes the most profit. This is why Enchanting's really good now. But give it a few weeks, it could be in the bin. We don't know. Enchanting has a similar thing with its storm dust and its materials as jewel crafting has with its gem dust. That there's no easy guaranteed way to produce large quantities of the quality 3 stuff. Which is why there's this difference in price between Q2s and Q3s in the first place. You need there to be a, you need there to be a limitation somewhere in the production chain for concentration to be able to come in and have much of an effect. If there's no limitation in any of the production chain anywhere, then concentration still doesn't have any value either. Oh, come on, where are these treasures? Regarding catch-up, I noticed WeCore is a bit bugged with the patron order catch-up, or is it just me? For Enchanting, when you get the shimmering dust, it counts down in the list, but the patron order's not. Or is there a newer version where the patron orders are fixed? I'd always check to see if there's newer versions, if you notice any weird stuff going on. I've not noticed anything particular myself. I don't know if the WeCore is doing any maths on it in any way, shape or form, or whether it's just reporting back what the hidden currency says. I'm not sure. I don't know how it works. Go the scenic route round here. There's sometimes some treasures up on this ridge. Level 63 alts in total. That sounds like enough for anybody. Missed 2 racial bonuses. I'm starting with another 3. It's yeah, I think, you know, once you get much past 50, it starts to get a little bit, just the upkeep on it itself, I think, starts to become a little bit crazy. That's just my take on it. Now that's probably because I don't have 50, so I don't experience it all that much, but right, one more to go. Powdered something or other. Oh, I really do feel like I've done enough flying to last me a lifetime today. I kind of want to sit in the capital city and just chill for a while. So you know how we all sit on the character create screen for hours thinking of a name? I just asked ChatGPT. Wasn't even taken on one of the biggest EU realms. I've never heard of the name. Asking ChatGPT for WoW names though is a smart move. I hate trying to pick a name for my alts. Actually hate it. What do we sell? Some micro bloom, apparently. I need more treasures. I got one to go.
With an empty stomach, a Ramolith has one directive: to eat. Help guide this one's hunger into a constructive activity.
Come on, game. Disturb dirt. Come to me. There's one. I have 20 level 80s, but catch-up points for only 5 or 6 of them. Have you been able to keep up with your patron orders that heavily? That sounds expensive. Or have I misunderstood what you meant there? I do my main account. I do kind of feel as if I need to get its characters in order a little bit. They feel a little bit all over the place at the moment. Not just from like level perspective, but like what professions they have and what they're doing in game and where their gear is and stuff. I kind of need to take a back step and do some tender loving care on my account for a while. That's stuff I usually fill downtime in. We haven't had downtime for a while. Or at least I had. Like obviously the end of Dragonflight was downtime for most, but I spent far too much time on the beta. Oh, I thought that was it then. Oh, there's another one. Damn, missed it. Oh, nearly flew straight over that one. Too busy looking around me, I didn't look right under me. Tell you what, Rep Paladin just absolutely dumpsters on people. 3 GCDs and stuff's dead. And I've got no gear. Go on, this one nearly always gives you a treasure. Oh no, I can't see where it's shooting. Oh, where it's going. Can't see. Oh no! Oh, stupid gobbo. Give me the goodies. It's always the last treasure that takes ages. Your first 1, 2, maybe even 3, I can usually get those in about 4 minutes. The difference between getting all the treasures in 10 minutes and 20 minutes is always down to the very last one. I don't know how it's possible. How is it possible?
But unraveling the Earthen's past.
Surely there should be a scenario at least where occasionally the first ones take you ages, but then you get all 4 of them really quickly. That never happens. Oh, didn't have to kill anything for this one. Ah, I thought that was it again. Getting rare materials. Go on, keep a stash. Guaranteed treasure. Yes! There we go. Right. It's just half back. I'm 100% sure there's some maths behind the items. I'm pretty sure there is, you know. Now, typically, computers are not actually very good at random. I know we blame RNG for, like, all of our problems. But programming random is actually not as easy as it sounds. Usually it's much easier from a programming perspective to define a few variables that must be true or false or whatever. Right, treasure's done. Let's see how far we can get Enchanting leveled up then. We've now picked up a bag full of random trash again. Let's see how far we can get with this. Can I do this from memory? We're going to need a bunch of...
drives you?
Just like 100 of those. They don't cost anything. We need a couple of these.
My directive has been fulfilled.
We can disenchant some basic trash, can't we? What do we got in here that we can disenchant? Can't disenchant that. Can't disenchant that. We can disenchant this. Not allowed to disenchant that, apparently. We're not going to need our herbalism tools and stuff anymore, are we? Disenchant those. Might as well get something back from them. Okay, right, goodies. We need some Dark Moon cards. Right. Dark Moon cards. Let's see. How much gold have I made this expansion so far? I'm not entirely sure. 10, 15 mil, something like that. Not sure.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Do I still have my little cheeky... No. Right, well, we'll do it by ear. Dark Moon. Where did I do it on my other account then? Maybe I did. Let's just assume that... Oh my lord, the price of the decks have gone up. Okay, sure. We need... What do we need? 87 shimmering dusts. Wait, what the fucking hell's going on here? What the spicy meatballs going on here? This is quite funny. People are playing the game. I love this. Is that not how you spell symbiosis? How badly have I spelled symbiosis? Probably, apparently. S-Y-M-B-I-O-S-I-S. No, that's still not how you spell it. Fucking hell, I can't spell in this game. Alright, ace. 100 of those. We've committed now. 2. 3. 5. 6. 7. Right, that didn't feel like it cost too much.
My thanks for your patronage.
Made about 500k, spent it all on crafting and enchants. Yeah, that's also easy to do. Very easy to do. Right, now we need to convert all of these into cards. Making sure we leave 87. I can convert 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, those 87 are for a shimmering dust. Can we disenchant these? Get our skill points. Get our basic ones. Actually. This is a question. Oh, I thought you had to be 25 to get this. Alright, well, we'll do that anyway.
Resuming
And that's
work
done.
cycle.
That technically should mean that we start getting the shimmering dusts now as well. Okay, we've got a few more than we need. That's fine. Right. Right, the Shimmering Dust Marathon begins. Oh, of course that's not a valid target, is it? There's me trying to disenchant the decks before I made them. Disenchanting tailoring braces only takes 100 or so. Yeah, but then I need to buy 100 braces or craft 100 braces. Buying these cards is just as straightforward, really. Truly random doesn't feel very random to humans. I remember Spotify having to make the shuffle random less random. Yeah, it's weird. We are unfortunately unable to really even comprehend random particularly well. When we think about random, humans actually normally expect a wide distribution rather than actually random. If you ask a, if a computer was to give you 10 random numbers from 1 to 100, most normal people, like when people do the lottery, pick like 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here sort of thing. Whereas 10 random numbers could technically be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's entirely valid randomness, but human brain doesn't believe that that's random. They would believe that that's fixed and broken. It's weird. We're dumb. We're actually the ones that don't really understand random. Or technically 3 of the same number. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Truly randomness doesn't feel random to humans. It's weird because we have to see, 1, 1, 1, 3, 6, 32. Yeah, is entirely random, but it doesn't feel right. It's weird. Right, before I accidentally break this, our first spec has to be this. Because we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we go 1... And we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, what? Apply changes. Then we got a bunch of first time crafts. And then we get the knowledge points back. We've got to burn through these first. 69 more to go. Giggity. The fact that you can catch up this easily I'm probably most intrigued to see just how Enchanting survives. I know when I did my tier list before the expansion started, I rated Enchanting pretty badly. Now, this was before I fully comprehended exactly how concentration builds were going to work, but one of the reasons I put Enchanting quite low on the table was because it usually starts off really good, but it also usually tanks. Because most people never really need many enchants. They need a handful of enchants per patch. It's not like, it's not like... alchemy or something, or cooking, where there's a constant need for more and more and more. And yet they're usually cheap enough to craft and easy enough to mass craft that Enchanting usually absolutely tanks to like basically 0 very fast. And I suspected the same would happen, which is why I didn't put enchanting very high on my list. But only because of weird and wacky concentration builds right now, and the price disparity between quality 2 and quality 3 storm dust has it made enchanting pretty good as it stands right now. I'd love to see more professions get catch up as easy as this. Well, I wonder... This is the only thing we don't know. I've bashed on the crafting system being really bad for catch up. But there is a possibility that it ramps up. You know, whereas at the moment we're only seeing 1 or 2 patron orders a day for flickers. There's a probability here that in the future it could be that you end up like 5 or 6 patron orders a day for flickers. So if it ramps up, it will make the catch up for crafting professions stronger the later we are into the expansion, which would in itself then be quite smart. It means that the technically further away you are from the start, the further you are potentially behind, the quicker the catch-up will be. It still doesn't take away the fact that you have to fill every single order. And some orders you're just going to flat out refuse to fill for various reasons. Now, technically, I probably should have leveled up a little bit further before doing this, because then I'd get some quality 2 crystals, but whatever. We'd never get enough skill to get quality 3 crystals out of this anyway, so without spending points in designated disenchanter, which we're not doing. I also don't think we need any quality 3 crystals at all. We barely need any crystals whilst leveling the profession. This will be more than enough. $25 to go. $19. I did overbuy on my Dark Moon decks somehow. I don't know how I miscalculated that. Is there a way to guarantee rank 3 disenchant? No. No. The best you can possibly get is about a 2-to-1 ratio on the disenchant mats. So, for every 5 disenchants, you'll get 2 quality 1, 2 quality 2, 1 quality 3, roughly. There's never a way to guarantee quality 3 disenchants. Disenchanting takes your base skill into consideration, and of course your tools are gonna... So there's 140 skill that could be obtained up here. Plus there's also the spec tree for designated disenchanter, which you need to put lots of points in to get better at disenchanting as well, to boost your results. Right, 10, 9, 8, 7. Leveling the crafting on my toons takes so long. 202 tailors done, 44 alchemists done, now starting on enchanters. 5 so far, but 150 left. Jesus. This is the thing, right? This is the thing for me. If I had that many alts, I'd like the time constraints on doing something that is wild. Oh my god, I think I've already made too many of these now, haven't I? Guess 221 is for full spec disenchanter. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. $84, $85. Technically one more. There it is. Now, if everything is mathematically accurate here, this should not give us a shimmering dust. No, it doesn't. There we go. Right, let's learn all of these then. We should now all bow down to the guy that designed Panda Remix. Yeah. Yeah. Lots of alts did happen with Panda Remix. Concentration alt armies seems almost too, like, it seems too much of a coincidence that we had Remix just before the War Within turns up. It just seems way too much of a coincidence. Now, I don't know if it's reading too much into it or not, but it's almost like, because I was also massively surprised they didn't nerf the leveling speed in Remix as well, yet they kind of just stood back and let it happen. Even with all those level 20 freebie account twinks boosting left, right, and center, it was weird that they just kind of stood back and let it happen. It's almost as if they knew that people were going to want lots of alts for their professions in the next expansion. But I don't know. Token price is flying now. Don't know what's happening. There's a possibility that the Diablo 4 has Diablo 4's expansion launch has caused a bunch of people to cash out some gold for tokens to buy Diablo 4. Would be my guess. I suspect that the War Within's been out for long enough now that quite a few people are kind of content with, like, taking a bit of a break for a few weeks, and Diablo 4's, you know, perfect timing. Well done, Blizz. Almost feels like the enchanting market would be overwhelmed by concentration builds. Well, I kind of think that that's going to happen. But for as long as there's a big enough difference between Q2 and Q3 Stormdust, like, we got to kind of remember that we live in a weird corner of the game. There's probably lots of us here now that both have lots of alts and know lots of people that have lots of alts. But you step outside of our little corner of the game, if you go deep into the Mythic Plus communities, or like the, you know, outside of the goal making side of things, you don't find many people that have got like more than a handful of alts. You know, people might have one of each class, and that's, up until very recently, having one of each class has kind of been considered quite sweaty. You know, if people get over 10 characters at max level, that's like, whoa, you must play the game for a living. Whereas in the Goblin communities, we're kind of a bit more used to people having 20, 30, 40, 50 alts. And so, because we're such a small corner of the game, and there's what we're crafting and what we're selling is on the region-wide auction house, it's entirely possible that concentration alts is just literally a drop in the ocean. that sort of calculation is very difficult to sort of get right, because we don't actually have the data. We don't know how many people play the game. We don't know how many alts on average people have. We don't know how much people care to do this outside of this very small circle that we live in. It's very hard to sort of judge correctly. And it could be one of two. It could be that concentration alts will completely flood the market, but the prices are never going to go that much further down than what it costs to guarantee something at quality 3. Because there'll always be people out there that look at those cheap auctions and just buy them out to resell later. So it's difficult. Right, let's do our first time crafts on all of these then. That'll help us level up even further here. I know, it's dinner time, innit, doggo? I agree, I need food too. Do we need to send Matt this food? I didn't even plan on streaming today, by the way. And I've over doubled my usual stream time. What are we going to do? Right, let's... Actually. I bought Q2 dust here to potentially... I bought Q2 dust to potentially make these at Q2. Maybe I don't need to use Q2 dust if we're going to make them and basically bin them anyway. We'll use the slightly cheaper Q1 dust. Let's get our first time crafts from these. Keep an eye on our artisan security, by the way. 1,700 artisan security now from this little adventure so far. And we haven't touched jewel crafting yet. Not that we get a lot from jewel crafting anyway. In fact, we basically get nothing from jewel crafting. Ding 79. It's entirely plausible we're going to get to level 80 off doing this as well. That's fun. It's a huge number of players that don't do the professions at all. Oh yeah. Yeah, you look at most of the like Race to World First guys, most of the Mythic Plus guys, most of those couldn't care less about professions. Which is the amusing thing to me. Right, this is going to be my most geared concentration ult out of any of my concentration ults by a mile. Practically full build instantly. Well, in 8 hours. It's quite a long time investment on a single character, but at the end of the day, it's not that terrible. Oh my god, we nearly did get level 80, didn't we? By the time we've leveled the rest of the profession, we probably will have done. Did we get to skill 50? We did. Is there a logical next step here? I can't remember. Probably just going straight in here, isn't it? Although, we are going to want to put points in here. How many knowledge points have we got? 127 knowledge points. 127 knowledge points. And we picked up Enchanting like a minute ago. I haven't even gone and bought the books yet. Okay. Is that going to be 200 plus Enchanting knowledge like day one? That's bananas. Alright, we haven't actually leveled the profession properly yet. Give me some...
Speak and be heard. The Titans will return. Be ready.
First time craft bonuses again. Oh, this is where I'm going to need some shards and some stuff, isn't it? That's where we might need some slightly different materials.
My directive is to serve you.
I don't know how many, if any, we're going to need. Probably never going to need any more than a few Q1s and Q2s. Anything else that jumps out at me is that we might need? We've got some gleaming shards in here. Codified greenwoods, we've got some of those. I'm quite sure we'll have enough dust on hand to make one of each of these. Ringing deeps ingots. Okay, we need a couple of ringing deeps ingots.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My directive has been fulfilled.
Oh, we've sold a bunch of stuff already. God bless the region-wide auction house, man. The speed in which you can work through this is pretty wild. Right, let's get these basic first-time crafts out of the way. In fact, let's do first-time crafts on anything that's going to give us a skill point to begin with. One of you. Oh. That's a long stream. Yeah, I'm not used to streaming quite this long. I kind of, you know, I've started so I feel like I need to finish. That's kind of the concept I'm going for here. I kind of don't want the first time craft bonuses on these if I'm honest, but it is the way we level. Because we're not able to get these at any reasonable quality just yet. What's the actual way we get skill points at this moment? Probably these, isn't it? These, or these? These, because these are only 5. Let's get this bar a bit bigger. $60 will go yellow. 2 more recipes over here. Speed or this one, they're both the same. Actually, leech ones are probably more likely to sell. 63. Now, a few days ago, it was entirely possible to get to skill 100 without really it costing you much. These are, because these are only at quality 1, these do kind of just go in the bin, unfortunately, but we get to skill 70 with these. Yeah. 70, then we're pushed into newer, bigger and better things. That will also have unlocked this. 131 knowledge points so far. Nearly 1800 artisan security. Just wild. I go with 65 to the ones. You can then disenchant them for shimmerings and then shatter to reuse the dust again. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea actually. Less waste, probably. $70 were good enough. Supplementary shattering. Do I do the maths on this? Nah, let's just go for it. We go here. We go here. We go here. We unlock this, because we can. We should have enough knowledge points to do both that one and that one. Let's break the break the mold a little bit. And just pick up both. Then we've got enough points to put full 30 in here. Like such. We can go. Now this is where I need to question. Like, am I going to with doing this, it starts to feel pretty sensible for me to pick up a big dick enchant. And even go shopping to get it as well. Because if we look at what enchants actually make money, there's going to be that one that has to come from that stupid machine event, which I'm never going to get. Oh, cock, what's it doing? No. Stop scanning another random ass character of mine. Try again. Yeah, Authority of the Depths, for example. I kind of think it might not be a terrible idea to spec towards this, because we're going to have a full build dedicated towards this. And that would mean we need to put points into Nerubian novelties. What's the damage on the recipe if we wanted to do that? It's probably about 100k, isn't it?
My directive is to serve you.
$150k. See, that's the potential. That's possible. It's possible to go for one of those and then just craft this with concentration on this dude every day. Or every time we can. With a fully spec'd out concentration build specifically for it. 1,790 concentration is enough for our books. It's enough for our tools as well. It's literally enough for everything. Plus we've still got a but. Well, if we buy the recipe, this process won't have made us any gold. But we made 100 gold leveling this character. So if we buy the recipe for 150, you could argue it's only cost us about 50. That's a bit of a push though. I did start this character with 100k gold for reference. And it's got it's got more gold than it started with.
I have an extended supply of goods.
There's 20 odd gold, 20 odd k worth of stuff sold on the auction house, 25k worth of stuff that hasn't sold. So there's still 50,000 unrealized gains here. Which actually, when all of that sells, if we sell the rest of this random trash as well, if we flog all of these, now that we don't need these anymore. Let's get rid of all of the trash. These are nearly worth putting in the bin, right? Yeah, I swear they vendor for more than this. They literally do. We'll just vendor all of those. They literally sell for vendor price, they sell for vendor price, they sell for vendor price. So they all go in the bin. Let's get some bonus mats, things that we're definitely not going to need on this character. Random things from treasures. Ah, we got a tinderbox. When did we get a tinderbox? The point of all of this I'm trying to showcase more than anything else is, yeah, it's quite time consuming, but the reality is it's not actually really costing you anything. In fact, with the amount of gold that you can gather whilst leveling the toon in the first place, it's actually basically free. And in fact, you nearly make money on it. If I choose to buy a big enchant, I can, I won't have made anything, but there's now 28, yeah, still about 50k. How did that number not change?
Return and
How did we
peruse
post all of
my
those auctions? That
inventory
number didn't
again.
change, I don't know. Yeah, I need to decide whether I buy a recipe or not. If we buy the big recipe, it makes sense, doesn't it? Now, this dude doesn't actually have the gold on him right now to buy the big recipe, and I've locked my own warbank. I feel as if I'm cheating buying the recipe. I can spec into getting the recipe, can't I? I think 30, 60, 90. When we buy the books, that's another 30. Yeah, I think we can go full spec into maybe building this. Then we've got to make our tools, actually. I need to get the tools. I need to finish leveling this to 100. There's a few more little bits and pieces we need to do with this. But for the most part, he's up and running. Though, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for now. We might continue this little journey tomorrow. Although, to be fair, the journey's basically done. He's leveled. By the time we've done a few more first-time crafts... in fact, should we do the first-time crafts to ding him 80? I can't leave him at 79 3/4. 1,790 artisan security as well is pretty spicy. Make one of those. Make one of those. Oh, the bar doesn't want to move any further now. I was hoping these first-time crafts would push it forward. That bar didn't even move at all then. Didn't get any experience for crafting that. What's going on? Game's rigged. Why are these not giving me any experience? Sad. These should give me experience, right? Probably because they're trainer recipes. They nuked the trainer recipes with experience. Damn you, son of a... Oh, we can't even make it Q2 with Q2 mats. $23 knowledge points. Ah, no, did I put 1 point in there? That's not what I meant to do. Oh well. Now there's 1 point in there. Where did I put the rest of the points? Supplementary shattering. 90 in here. I've still got 30 points to get for my books, so it's absolutely fine. I was literally just trying to get to 100. I need a vial. I need writhing samples. Go on, for the first time craft bonuses. Oh no, it didn't even give me XP on these ones. Oh, you stinky slime ball. I guess it's only the glimmers that give you a bunch. Ah, you annoying son of a... You can leave me so close. So close, but so far. We're getting our first time crafts. Stupid game. Right. 1,790 artisan security from doing it though. Which now means we could fully build. It's going to take me a little bit longer to do this, and I definitely don't have time because I definitely need to get food now. XP from the first crafts has a cap. Oh, does it? Oh, sorry. Okay, I should have read that. Well, you know, let's call it level 80. I'll probably buy the books. I'll probably get the tools sorted. I need to take into consideration that getting the tools is a little bit expensive. But the reality is here is I don't need to pay a premium to get them at quality 5. I don't need to use quality 3 materials for them particularly. I can use quality 2 mats. But that's going to take me a little bit longer to do, and I really need some food. So I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. Thanks all for joining. We'll be back tomorrow with Reset Day. Not entirely sure if there's too much for us to do tomorrow with Reset Day. It's a bit of a weird middle week anyway. I don't think we get a spark. I don't think we get a catalyst, so there might not be the biggest demand. All of that fun was last week. But we'll have a bunch of stuff to keep our eyes on, and then it's literally 1 week until the next patch, so we'll keep going. We can check back in on this dude tomorrow. If I got a bit of time this evening, I might finish the journey, get his tools, get his knowledge point books, get him spec'd out, and then decide whether I want to buy the big enchant or not. We'll see. Anyway, have a good day. Come say hi on the Discord, hit the buttons. Thank you all for joining. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.